Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of our virtual Jazz Jubilee by the Sea here in lovely Pismo Beach, California. I'd like to thank those of you who tuned in yesterday online, and also to our limited cast and crew audience here at the venue. We're going to start out today with a really wonderful video produced for us by Bob Schulz. And Bob has many sponsors: Judy Hagen, William Yount, Kenneth Peterson, Julie Cole, Jim and Bonnie Kunkel, and Bob Schulz himself, who donated this video for our festival. And he brought in some great musicians to do this, and you will enjoy it. And that includes Bob Schulz on cornet, Don Neely on reeds, Jeff Hamilton on piano, Clint Baker on bass and tuba, and Steve Apple on drums. So enjoy this video. Don't forget to donate if you haven't already. There's plenty of opportunities to donate, and all the money we make from now on at this time is going to go directly back to the bands. So we'll be back in a bit with some more, with Mariachi at Lance will be starting at noon. So sit back and enjoy this video.
Wow, got a nice crowd already. An hour before we even play.
Well, welcome to Bobby's Backyard and a little musical review with our best friends here located, and everyone's all masked up, properly social distance, and ready to go. All right, hit it, Bob.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
can't live to love you as long as I want to. Life isn't long enough, baby, but I can love you as long as I live. Now maybe I can't buy you diamonds and rings like I want to, but I can promise you, baby, I'm gonna love you as long as I live. Now I never cared, but now I'm scared I won't live long enough. That's why I wear my rubbers when it rains and eat an apple every day and see the doctor anyway. What if I can't live to love you as long as I want to? But I can promise you, baby, yeah, I'm gonna love you as long as I live.
Well, thanks, folks. We got a huge audience out there. We got 3 live people and a bunch of deadheads out here. And they're coming out of the ground. I'll tell you, getting close to Halloween, so it's about time we have some Rise Out of the Dead music. Of course, the next one's not going to be that one, but it's kind of like we're going to feature Don Neely once again on a great vocal. A great old love song called Dig-a-Dig-a-Doo. One, two, one, two.
tattoo. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-dig-a-doo. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo. Oh, you love me and I love you. Yeah, that's right, baby, yeah. When you love, it's natural too. I dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a, what would that mean? I dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo. I'm so very dig-a-dig-a-doo by nature, that's yes, you tell from that. Now if you're, well, you want to make your nature, you're gonna lose your papa. Let those funny people smile. How can there be a virgin isle? But dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo. A dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo.
We're going to continue anyway. Here's a good old tune called Ain't Gonna Give Nobody None of My Jelly Roll. Ooh, A flat. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ain't gonna get nobody none of my jelly roll. Jelly roll. Ain't gonna get a piece of this cake to save my soul. Now Mama said today, just before she went away, if I'd be a good boy, she'd buy me a toy. I'm my mama's own pride and joy. Now ain't no use for you to keep on hanging around. Sorry, but I gotta turn you down. Well, you better be on your way. Come on back some other day. Cause you can't have it, ain't gonna get it, none of my jelly roll. Give nobody none of my jelly roll. Jelly roll ain't gonna get a piece of this cake to save your soul. Now Mama said today, just before she went away, if I'd be a good boy, buy me a toy. I'm a mama, find a joy. Well, there ain't no use for you to keep on hanging around, hanging around. Sorry, but I gotta turn you down. Well, my jelly roll is cold. Yes, ain't And that's the truth. This recording is being made for all those fine folks down at Pismo Beach, California, their jazz festival. And we've got Don Neely over here on the reeds. On piano, Mr. Jeff Hamilton. On bass, the one and only Clint Baker. And back there on the percussion, we have Mr. Percussion himself, Steve Apple. And I'm Bob Schultz, of course. And thank you for that round of applause. And once again, folks, here's Mr. Don Neely. I can't give you anything but love, baby. How about a nice piano intro?
Okay, what kind of
One more time, one more time.
Now, baby, I can't give you anything but love. Baby, that's the only thing I've got too much of. My little baby, now we can dream a while and scheme a while. You know what we're gonna find, don't you? You found it the last time, didn't you, honey? Happiness, and I guess all those little things that you often pine for. Gee, I'd love to see you looking swell, baby. Diamond bracelets, Costco, doesn't it sound? A little baby, till that lucky day, you know darn well, baby, I can't give you anything but love. Now, gee, baby, I'd love to see you looking swell. I see you look pretty swell already. All those diamond bracelets, Costco doesn't sell. My little baby, till that lucky day, you know darn well, baby. Now I can give you anything. I can give you anything. I can give you anything but love.
Mr. Don Neely, the only one in captivity. Now your eyes are blue, your kisses too. I never knew what I could do. Can't believe that you're in love with me. You're telling everyone you know I'm on your mind each place you go. Can't believe that you're in love with me. Well, I have always placed you far above me. Gee, I can't imagine why you love me. Now, after all is said and done, think that I'm the lucky one. Can't believe that you're in love with me. Hey, Don. for me. Gee, I can't imagine why you love me. Now after all is said and done, think that I'm lucky one. Can't believe you're in love with me. Oh no, I can't believe you're in love with me. And that goes for your cat too. Thanks, folks. And now, folks, here's Jeff Hamilton.
All right, thank you.
What are you gonna do for us, Jeff?
I surrender deer or air.
Okay. Jeff Hamilton, folks. Huge round of applause from our audience over here. They're having a great time. Look at that. Look at that. Could you possibly see more happy faces? And here's that old traditional jazz favorite, the blues my naughty sweetie gives to me. that you get from loneliness. There are blues that you get from pain. You know, there are blues when you're lonely, or you're one and only. Blues that are hard to explain. Now there are blues that you get from longing. But the Venus blues, they're mean. They're blues that I got from my mind. Blues they out of every Venus kind. Blues my naughty sweetie gives to me. Now listen, there are blues getting women when you see 'em going swimming, when you haven't got a bathing suit yourself. There are blues getting liquor when your tongue's getting thicker, when someone goes to take off the shell. There are blues getting waiting on a dock, just wondering if the boat's gonna rock. There are blues getting sitting in a taxi cab, trying to see if the bumper jumper's hot. There are blues keeping track if your Uncle Bill for died, so he won't forget you in his will. There are blues getting kissing when you're walking with the missus in the George Slater house. Hi, Bill. But blues make hot, cold, make shiver, shoot, and all in the river. Blues my naughty sweetie gives to me. Oh, yeah. The blues my naughty sweetie gives to me. Thank you, music lovers. Anyway, here's Don Neely from Monday On. How you folks down there in Pismo doing? That away. Oh yeah, I can hear you right now. Thank you so much for having us on stage with you.
I can smell the clam chowder from here.
Yeah. Well, how fast do you want it here, Don?
Oh, what are we doing?
From Monday on, Don.
Any tempo. You pick the tempo, whatever it is. You pick it.
It's already in there. 1, 2.
From Monday on, I'll be in clover. From Monday on, my cares are over. Now we pick on Monday, you know why? Because it's wash day, well, used to be. And we're gonna wash a little cares away. From Monday on, the skies will look right. Look at them now. Don't tell me different. I know I'm right. I'm gonna start shouting, hey, hey, when she says love, honor, and obey, and I'll be happy from Monday on. From Monday on, the sky will look bright, nice and blue. Don't tell me different, I know I'm right. I'm gonna start shouting, hey, hey, when she says love, honor, and obey, and I'll be happy from Monday on. And I'll be happy from Monday on. Sorry about that.
That was good. Don Neely.
We're in the curve, sorry.
Hey, we're looking for curves right now. We're going to continue now with, a beautiful tune, Melancholy Blues. And I'm going to sing this one.
Goody, Bobby.
It's for Linda.
Oh.
The last 4.
Okay.
And then we'll go right into the verse. Okay.
Okay.
1, 2, 1.
Way down in my heart deep, those weary blues begin to creep in the evening when sun goes down, way down. All of the friends that I used to know, they never stopped and said hello. By my window, you can hear me crying. That's why I'm so melancholy, Lord, just as blue and lonely as this poor soul can be. Please tell me why should I feel jolly, Lord, when nobody cares for me, like the flowers beneath that sun. They crave the dew when the day is gone. I need someone to tell my troubles to. Well, it just seems, no one wants me. That's why I've got those melancholy blues. Got the blues, folks.
Yeah.
We got a full house now.
One, two.
stay here. And we have just a little while to stay here. And here's a great old tune for our closer.
3 minutes, that's all you need.
Thanks, folks. It's called, what is it called here? I would do anything for you.
Except for memory.
1, 2, 1, 2.
I would swim the ocean wide. I would cross that great divide. Baby, I'd do anything for you. And I would take a trip to Mars. I would even count the stars. Baby, I'd do anything for you. I'd gladly give a fortune just to see you smile. Hear you say I love you every little while. In my heart there's ecstasy. As long as you have faith in me, baby, I'd do anything for you. Well, thanks so much, folks, for being here. We appreciate the huge crowd. We got John and Judy over here. We got Lon Chaney, Boris Karloff, and we got the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz. He's over here too. And we have, well, so we got Mark over here, Linda, lovely Linda, and Nancy, all the guys in the band. You know who they are. So here, let's go home.
All right, yeah.
Thanks a lot, folks. What a wonderful day.
Very nice.
Good morning. For those of you just tuning in, this is day 2 of the virtual Jazz Jubilee by the Sea, and we are going to have our first live act in a few minutes. But I'm going to take a few minutes to announce some of our sponsors for Jazz Jubilee by the Sea. General sponsors include Jim and Kathy Borland, Carol and Cornelius Gallagher, Jay and Linda Hoff, Janet Jacek, Steve and Marilyn Klinger, Donna Kraus from the Sea Gypsy, Larry and Karen McCord, Darlene and Don Rybow, David and Roberta Salazar, Gary and Carol Shantz, Fred and Carrie Vander Haak, Robert and Catherine Himes, Patty Satherley, Joan Balearis. And we have a sponsor today for Mariachi at Lance, Howard Marcus. We want to remind you that you should contribute to Jazz Jubilee by the Sea, and you should follow Pismo Jazz Jubilee on Instagram and Facebook for future events. So that is our official announcements. I hope I got everything. And now I'm going to talk about this band. This is, you guys are already on stage. You're not supposed to be on stage. This is a band that we discovered at the Maya restaurant many years ago. They play every Friday night when they can play. Of course, nobody's seen them for months. At least I haven't. And it's a local band out of Santa Maria. We enjoy them very much. And whenever that happens again, they'll be at Maya from 6 to 8 in Santa Maria. But since we can't go to Maya and watch them right now, we're going to watch them here. And I'm going to pretend I'm at Maya and follow some traditions I have when I go there. And I let Pablo announce all his people. We love this band. We bring them back every year. We want to give you a taste of the Central Coast, and what better way than to introduce to you the now world famous Mariachi at Lance.
Hello, we're Mariachi Auclense. We just wanted to say thank you to Rhonda for inviting us over for like 3 or 4 years now. We've been coming here. We just want to say thank you to Rhonda. Big round of applause to Rhonda for organizing this. As I was trying to squeeze into my suit today, trying to convince myself that everyone gained 20 pounds this quarantine, I wanted to make everyone feel happy with our music, because I know that it's been a very difficult year, not only for us, but the whole world. So I hope that with this first song, we can bring some joy. Our first song is going to be called Relámpago.
Relámpago
This next song is another classic. It's called Cielito Lindo. I hope you guys like it.
Vienen bajando un par de ojitos negros, cielito lindo de contrabando. Ese lunar que tienes, cielito lindo, junto a la boca, no se lo des a nadie, cielito lindo, que a mí me toca. ¡Dale, muchachos! Domingo a domingo te vengo a ver. ¿Cuándo será domingo, cielito lindo, para volver? Ay, 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 ay. Yo bien quisiera que toda la semana, cielito lindo, domingo fuera. Ay, 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 ay. Hermano, mira. Yo a las morenas quiero.
This next song everyone knows because it's a classic. It's called Stand By Me, and it's going to be interpreted by the youngest member of our group.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Espérame.
two.
Our next song is gonna be called Ciudad Victoria. I hope you guys like it.
Ahí te voy.
This next song I'm gonna be singing, it's called La Cigarra. So I hope you guys like it.
Ya no me cantes cigarra, que acabe tus sonetes, que tu canto aquí en el alma como un puñal se me mete, sabiendo que cuando cantas, pregonando vas tu muerte. Marinero, marinero, dime si es verdad que sabes, porque distinguir no puedo, si en el fondo de los mares hay otro color más negro que el color de mis pesares. que llevaba el pecho herido, ya casi para llorar, me dijo muy afligido, y ya me cansó de buscar un amor correspondido. Bajo la sombra de un árbol y al compás de mi guitarra, canto alegre este guapango, porque la vida se acaba y quiero morir cantando como muere la cigarra. Ay, la la la. Ay, la la la. Ay, la la la. Y quiero morir cantando como muere la cigarra. This next song is going to be a bit of a slower song. It's called Bésame Mucho.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Thanks, God. No, de aquí. Bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho. Que tengo miedo a perderte, perderte después. Bésame, bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho. Que tengo miedo a perderte, perderte después. Quiero mirarme en tus ojos, mirarte muy cerca, verte junto a mí. Piensa que tal vez mañana yo estaré muy lejos de aquí. Bésame, bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho. perderte después. Quiero mirarme en tus ojos, mirarte muy cerca, verte junto a mí. Piensa que tal vez mañana yo estaré muy lejos de aquí. Bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho, que tengo miedo a perderte, perderte después. Thank you. Thanks.
This next song is called Jesucita Chihuahua. It's a very traditional song coming from the state of Chihuahua, Mexico. We're gonna continue the trend of instrumental music with this next song called Cherry Blossom Red.
Échale, muchacho. Algo para bailar. Señor. Something romantic.
The trumpet players that we have, they are some of the best in the Central Coast. So let's just give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
This next song, we took a rock song and we interpreted it in version mariachi. So I hope you guys like it. It's called Have You Ever Seen the Rain?
Un, dos, tres.
Someone told me
hope all my dancers are ready for this next song called Guantanamera.
Guantanamera, oh, mira Guantanamera, oye cómo va, Guantanamera, oh, mira Guantanamera, Guantanamera, oh, mira Guantanamera, oye cómo va, Guantanamera, oh, mira Guantanamera. Yo soy un hombre sincero. ¿De dónde crece la palma? Sí, señor. Soy un hombre sincero. Sí, sí, cómo no. ¿De dónde crece la palma? Sí, señor. Antes de morir yo quiero cantar mis versos del alma, cantarle mi amor Guantanamera. Oh, mira Guantanamera. Oye, ¿cómo va? Guantanamera. Mira Guantanamera. Guantanamera, oh, mira Guantanamera, oye cómo va, Guantanamera, mira Guantanamera, para sacarle el agua al coco, sí, sí, cómo no, se le hace un agujerito, Guajira, sí señor, para sacarle el agua al coco, sí, sí, cómo no, se le hace un agujerito, Guajira, sí señor, así le dije a mi amor y me dijo qué bonito, mi amor Guantanamera, oh, mira Guantanamera, oye cómo va, Guantanamera, mira Guantanamera. Échale cubano, como tú ves campechano, azúcar. Guantanamera, oh, mira Guantanamera, oye cómo va, Guantanamera, mira Guantanamera, México lindo y querido, sí, sí, cómo no, me muero lejos de ti, mira, sí señor, México lindo y querido, sí, sí, cómo no, me muero lejos de ti, mira, sí señor, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan aquí, Guantanamera, oh, mira Guantanamera, oye cómo va, Guantanamera, mira Guantanamera. Ay, quedó Guantanamera, Guantanamera, señor. Gracias, gracias.
I'm gonna be singing this next song. It's called Aires del Mayab.
Aires de
Rocol de los pozos, casitas de paja de la tierra mía. Alvarada blanca, rocol de los pozos, casitas de paja de la tierra mía. Muchacha bonita, zapato de raso bordado de seda te voy a comprar. Va a ser más gracioso, bailando tu paso, que será el más ágil para zapatear. Vámonos para Jarana, vamos a agarrar lugar, que hoy en la noche y mañana tendremos que zapatear. Saca tu terno bonito y tu cinta colorada, quiero que estés bien peinada cuando bailes el torito. Muchacha bonita, zapato de raso bordado de seda te voy a comprar. Va a ser más gracioso, bailando tu paso, que será el más ágil para zapatear. Ay,
Sí, señor.
This next song is called España Cañé.
From Spain.
next song is called Can't Take My Eyes Off of You.
Pardon the way that I stare, there's nothing else to compare. The sight of you makes me weak, there are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true, can't take my eyes off of you.
This next song is called Sabor a mí.
Disfrutamos de este amor, nuestras almas se acercaron
tanto así que yo guardo tu sabor, pero tú llevas también sabor a mí. Si negaras mi presencia en tu vivir, bastaría con abrazarte y conversar. Tanta vida yo te di que por fuerza llevas ya sabor a mí. No pretendo ser tu dueño, no soy nada, yo no tengo vanidad de mi vida, doy lo bueno, soy tan pobre que otra cosa puedo dar. Pasarán más de 1000 años, muchos más, yo no sé si tenga amor, la eternidad, pero allá tal como aquí, en tu ser tú llevas ya sabor a mí.
From Campeche, Mexico. Juan from Mexico. Jesús from Zacatecas.
No pretendo ser tu dueño, no soy nada, yo no tengo vanidad de mi vida, doy lo bueno, soy tan pobre que otra cosa puedo dar. Pasarán más de 1000 años, muchos más, yo no sé si tenga amor, la eternidad, pero allá tal como aquí, en tu ser tú llevas ya sabor a mí. Sabor, sabor a mí.
This next song is our last song. I hope that you guys like it. It's called El Cascabel. We want to thank again Rhonda for letting us come here again, inviting us. Thank you so much. And we just hope that we were able to give you guys a little bit of happiness with our music.
¡Échale mariachi!
From Durango, Pablo Martínez. Dices Pablo Martínez.
Hola George. Échale jefe. Acuérdate de ya sabes.
Acuérdate del camello que mataste, mi George.
Eso es todo, sí señor. Ese es George. Paso Robles. Next time.
How about that? Am I on? Check, check, check. Hey, hey, hey. I'll go to another mic if you want. Check. Yeah, there it is. All right. Well, all right. We certainly hope you're enjoying the show so far. A wonderful set there from Mariachi Outlensa. And we did get in some new sponsors for some of yesterday's acts. Want to thank, once again, Hugh Robinson, who does a great deal for the festival. you. All right. I'm thanking sponsors at this point. We got some new ones in. I wanted to say a special thanks to Hugh Robinson, who does a great deal for the festival. Our friend Linda Dutart paid for the security guard, who's doing a great job over by the gate there. I got a couple of extra sponsors, Howard Marcus and Ray Olzowski. Sorry, that was a tough one to pronounce there. But thank you, Ray and Howard. I really appreciate it. I am Carl Sonny Leyland, by the way. And then Tom Rigney got a couple of extra sponsors, Evelina, Linda Ship, and Alfred. Some of that's cut off there. I'd like to also mention some grants that we got. We got grants from the Community Foundation of San Luis Obispo, Mechanics Bank, County Supervisors, Smart and Final, and PG&E. All right, that's that. Now coming up, we got a couple of videos here. There's going to be an interview with the Sierra 7, which of course is the follow-up group to what was High Sierra. And then a local legend, Molly, oh my God, Molly Reeves. Molly, you're going to hate me. You can kick me in the ass when we see each other next. I won't mind. Molly and Nahum, that's a guitar duet. Molly lives in New Orleans these days. And then coming up after that will be the Barrel House Wailers. Okay, stay posted.
Okay, good morning. This is Rhonda Cardinal with the Basin Street Regulars, and I'm here today with members of the Sierra 7 Jazz Band. They are unable to be with us in person, and so we are taking a few minutes to check in on everybody. And we'll start with Peter Mayers. Please let us know how you're doing, Peter.
Hello, everybody. This is Peter Mayers. I'm the leader of the Sierra 7. And for those of you that may not be entirely familiar with the Sierra 7, just think about the High Sierra Jazz Band, because this is the continuation of the High Sierra Jazz Band. Well, it has been a tough 6 or 7 months, I think. All our festivals, jazz cruises, and other performances have all been canceled. We haven't even been able to get together because we live as far apart in the United States as you can possibly be, from all the way from the most northwestern area in Washington State till the most southeastern area in Florida. But now we are together. Well, at least 5 of us are together. One of us is in the wine business, and he's very, 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 very busy in order to get all the grapes in, because he has to make wine. And also, the oldest member of our group, Charlie Castro, will unfortunately not be here because we weren't able to get him on the Zoom. Charlie is doing fine. But anyway, as far as I know, we are all very healthy and just basically doing nothing. The most exciting thing for me has been almost 1 time a week when I go to the post office and to the supermarket. I've been listening to a lot of jazz, and I've enjoyed listening to some recordings I haven't listened to in years, including some of the High Sierra Jazz Band.
Yes.
And boy, they're the best recordings I've ever heard.
Well, how about that?
While I was listening to it. Yeah, I wish that I could tell you a lot of exciting things that are happening. I mean, you don't want to know about my experiences in the supermarket. When I go out, I wear a mask, as we all do, and we have been able to survive and not being infected. So I have to choose the next member of the band, and that shall be all the way from Florida, our piano player, Mr. Randy Morris. Hi, Randy.
Hi there. First of all, Peter, it's very good to see you. And it's nice to see a smile on your face, too.
Yeah, it takes some effort, but I'm smiling.
Well, things in Florida, of course, are different than they are in California. I think in Florida, they haven't made some good choices about what happens here. But we are doing fine. We, of course, were doing work at Walt Disney World in March, and they closed everything down. I had to drive to North Carolina and bring my daughter Miranda home from her college. Boy, was that fun unloading everything in that room. But here's the good thing. When we came down here, Miranda is a musical theater major. I'm going to brag. She has a full 4-year scholarship. Thank you very much. She's a hard worker. And she has written her own songs. So while she was here on this furlough, we went into a professional recording studio I've used for many years and recorded an entire album of her playing and singing her own songs with a full band, which will eventually be released. Still take a couple more months of work. And that was a wonderful, wonderful project. I wrote all of the music out and found the musicians to work on the session with her. It was great. So, but as far as playing jobs, I haven't played one paying job since the middle of March in Florida. I am going to play in Chandler next month, Arizona. We'll see how that goes.
Well, I'll see you there, Randy.
Yes, yes, yes. And of course, I've been incredibly careful. I've behaved more like the Californians behave in staving off this thing. You know, Florida, of course, is wide open right now, which is not a good thing. But musically speaking, it's been a great time for me to do things that I was interested in learning and doing that I didn't have time to do because, fortunately, I was working very, very much. So I've been practicing on my 1937 Gibson electric tenor banjo, a fantastic sounding instrument.
Whoa.
I've been playing things on the piano that I wanted to play but didn't have time to learn. And that has been a very, very enjoyable thing to do. I know for a fact that when I start to work again, I'm going to have to practice because you have to practice a lot to go play a job that lasts for like 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah.
Otherwise, your hands fall off.
Yep.
Literally. You know? So I'm looking forward very much to those times starting again. And just so you know, you've probably heard the national news that Walt Disney World had to lay off thousands of people. I was one of them. I don't have a job there anymore in the show that I was doing, but both they and I have a belief that that show will open again. It's a profitable dinner theater show, but it might be 9 months or, you know, whatever. And they don't want to just keep paying everybody's health insurance and, you know, keeping you on the payroll and all that stuff. So we're off the payroll for now. But the way they do that is very well done, and they are generous about the health insurance extensions and the amount of money they're paying you before they lay you off. So no problem. I'm doing fine. I'm listening to recordings that I've never had a chance to listen to for years. I've got so many of them. I'm going, oh, I want to hear that. Oh, I want to transfer that so I can listen to it digitally. Been doing a lot of that. I love hearing things that I've never heard before, even at my age. It's a good thing. It's good for your brain. It's good for your spirit. So I feel very, very fortunate. Okay, that's enough of me. I see Howard Miata, who is there on my screen. Why don't you take up the ball and roll with it?
Oh, thank you, Randy. It's sure good hearing from you, my friend.
You too. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great. Well, here out in lovely Gilroy, California, of course, with most of the jazz festivals, except for maybe one, I think Arizona Classic is the only one that's still going for this year. And fingers crossed, hopefully it's still going to happen. I've been doing some really interesting things, kind of spreading my wings and trying different musical things, certainly. I've been drug out of retirement, kicking and screaming, to be a music mentor for the Gilroy Unified School District, and among other things like credentialing for new band directors coming in. I also am taking part in what we do when the kids finally come back to school again, and how we could rehearse bands in a safe manner, dealing with COVID and post-COVID situations. I'm also participating in the Cabrillo Symphonic Band. It's probably the only band that is rehearsing live in the state of California, because it's sort of what they call a quote unquote guinea pig test band, where we're trying out different kinds of PPE and social distancing measures, really extraordinary measures. We have 10-foot square grids lined on our stage floor. And they've got it calculated where as long as you're standing in the middle of the line, of any line of those 4 lines of the square, you will be automatically socially distanced by about 10 feet. And so we're experimenting with masks and with face shields and bell covers. And the band director, because everybody's spaced out so far on this huge performing arts stage, he has to stand on a ladder, a marching band director's ladder, so everybody could see him direct, because it's so great. But it's working. It's becoming we're getting used to rehearsing in that sort of situation, and we're constantly making improvement. We're being inspected by city and state inspectors to see if we pass muster. We did a major recommendation this last Tuesday, and we got the big okay and some recommendations on how we could improve on what we're doing.
Excellent.
Yeah, so there's hope. There's hope for coming back and getting music again. Hopefully, information that we gain, jazz festivals can use to get back on their feet again. You know, as we finally get a vaccination and the COVID levels are finally down to a suitable level, so we could implement such measures. So it's exciting to be part of that. You know, trailblazing in that sort of field. And when I'm not doing that, I have been doing some socially distanced concerts with Gunhild Carling, Sweden, and she is now living in California. Her husband is one of the big wigs programmers for Google, and so they moved to Cupertino, and so they're about an hour's drive or less from my house, and so we've been doing some socially distanced live broadcasts in the vocalist's driveway. And that vocalist is Heidi Arnott, also known as Heidi Evelyn, and her All-Stars. And so maybe once every 3 or 4 weeks, we'll put together a live stream concert, and it's one of those subscribe sort of things where we actually get paid to do a gig. So it's nice to be a part of that.
Excellent.
Yeah, and we're restoring some old horns in my spare time too. There's one, let me get over here. I don't know if you can see it. This is a beauty. It's an old, look at the engraving on this guy. It's beautiful. It's an old Con 40H that goes back to 1925, and it turns out to be quite a playing instrument. It is right up there with the modern horns as far as playability goes. So who knows, maybe in our next Sierra 7 concert, you'll see me with it.
Hey, who did you want to hand off to, Howard?
Oh, I tell you, we're brethren in soul and in experience. Paul, I see you, and he's a tuba player. Of course, we are both tuba players. So, Paul, why don't you take it from here?
Well, thank you, Howard. As with everybody else, things have been pretty quiet here musically. My last paying job was playing with Sierra 7 in Monterey, and everything from for the rest of this year locally has been canceled. So I've been trying to stay engaged, as with others, with listening to a number of vintage recordings and just sort of pursuing things that hadn't been necessarily high on the priority list for interest, not for lack of interest, but for lack of time. So musically, things haven't been terribly active, and we'll just see how that continues to play out. Otherwise, I'm very fortunate that I've been able to continue working at my day job throughout, and it's been an interesting summer in terms of changes in the business environment and how we interact with customers and the types of demand that exist within the transport industry, which is where I work. And just sort of meeting those new challenges and understanding what we can do to better serve the various parties involved. Personally, I've been spending more time working in my workshop. My interest is in small steam locomotives. And so I've been doing some model building and modifications and repairs for friends and for myself, and just trying to stay amused. Of course, gathering virtually with friends and a couple of my friends locally. We've established some protocols whereby we can get together safely, physically, and enjoy an afternoon outdoors chatting from an appropriate distance with our requisite models and just generally having a ball. So that's been much needed social interaction. Other than that, it's summer's drawing to a close and autumn is upon us, and hopefully we'll be able to get back to performing sooner rather than later. And thank you, Howard, and everybody who's working on making sure that we have the ability to continue performing and setting out parameters that will be helpful in moving forward with performance as time progresses. And I guess with that, over to my fellow rhythm section mate, Mr. Scott Anthony.
Oh, well, thank you, guys. Everybody has an interesting story. Like everybody else, my last job playing was with the Sierra 7 in Monterey. I haven't even picked up the banjo since then. It's sitting over in the corner. I've been lucky that another career has allowed me to keep pretty active. I've been an artist for 50 years. And just before the Monterey Festival, I got into a gallery up in Mendocino. And right after the Monterey Festival, Karen and I drove up and deposited 20 pieces of oils and acrylics and watercolors to the gallery. And of course, the next week they shut down because of COVID-19.
Yeah.
But they've opened up again in the last couple of months, and I've actually sold a couple of paintings, so that's been helpful. And Karen and I, we've been making a few trips up to Weed. Got a house up there, right in the middle of the woods, which is a little scary because it's really dry and fire prone. We're keeping our fingers crossed that the area doesn't go up in smoke. And speaking of which, when we came back, I've got a picture here. I wonder if I can. This was a view out our living room window 3 weeks ago. And let's see, how do you share screen? Hold this.
There is a way to do it.
Oh, I won't bother.
Can you see, do you have a control for that? I do, but then I'm sharing my screen.
Okay. We had the sky was just orange for 2 days. It looked like being on Mars. It was really amazing. I don't know what it was like down in Pismo. Was that?
Yeah, we had a few days like that.
Yeah, the whole West Coast for Randy and well, the rest of us out here. And anyway, aside from that, my 2 daughters are kind of on the front lines. My one daughter is a registered nurse in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, in infectious diseases and pulmonary care, which is right in the middle of it. And she seems to be okay, and we keep checking up to make sure that she is okay. She and her husband. My other daughter is a teacher at Julia Morgan School over in Oakland, and they're all between their 2 kids having to be homeschooled and they're teaching remotely. They're using up a lot of bandwidth on Comcast. So that's about it. I hope that music comes back. I hope we still do the Norris Center. It seems kind of kind of iffy to me about getting on the plane, but we'll have to see. Anyway, that's about it from me.
All right, well, thank you all for taking the time to speak with us this morning on behalf of Basin Street regulars and virtual Jazz Jubilee by the Sea. We hope everybody that we reconvene in 2021, and this year we're doing as good a show as we can. So I hope everybody stays well and safe. Is there any other closing remarks that anybody wants to make?
Just that music is still a good thing. Music is a good thing, no matter what.
Peter, you got to unmute. It looks like you're muted.
Okay, I'm back now. Rhonda, thank you very much. And as you know, High Sierra and followed by the Sierra 7 have been a long time participant in the excuse me, in the Pismo Beach Jazz, what is it called?
Jazz Jubilee by the Sea.
Jazz Jubilee by the Sea Festival, practically from the beginning. It always has been, and it will forever be, one of our favorite jazz festivals. We are so sorry it won't happen this year, but you can count on us. We will be there next year, and I will be back with some new corny jokes, but with some good music by the Sierra 7. Thank you for
hope so.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you all. I am now going to stop the recording, so thank you.
Hello, my name is Molly.
And I'm Nahum.
And welcome to our home. We're so happy to have you in our hearth here in front of our piano, our fireplace. Just want to say thank you to the Basin Street regulars, the Pismo Jubilee by the Sea, for affording us the opportunity to put together a virtual concert for all you lovely folks today. And we hope you enjoy our program. Nobody's Sweetheart Now is a classic old jazz standard that we have rearranged for you to fit two guitars in the style of American folk. Nobody's sweetheart now. They don't follow you somehow. Fancy hose, silken gown. You'd be a stranger in your own hometown. Walk down the avenue, hot mama. I just can't believe that it's you. Painted lips, painted eyes, wearing a bird of paradise. Hey, where'd you get that? All seems strange somehow, that you're nobody's sweetheart now. You've got painted lips and those painted eyes, wearing a bird of paradise. It all seems strange somehow that you're nobody's sweetheart. Nobody's sweetheart now. This song is called What Makes You Act Like That. It was recorded by one of our favorite guitarists of the aughts, 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s. He had a long career, Lonnie Johnson, who was known widely as a blues artist, but also a wonderful jazz concert guitarist. This song he did with Clara Smith. We hope you enjoy. It's a sassy little duet called What Makes You Act Like That?
Darling, you're the only one I've met that gives me something that I can't get. What makes you act like that? What makes you act like that? There ain't no way to treat me. What makes you act like that?
Every time that I see you, you got something else to do that makes me act like that. That's why I act like that. That ain't no way to treat me. What makes you act like that?
Darling, you've got just what I'm wild about. Baby, you got it, you just ain't putting it out. What makes you act like that? What makes you act like that? No, that ain't no way to treat me. What makes you act like that?
I want some of that dough you got, but you say that you will not. That's why I act like that. Yes, that's why I act like that. That ain't no way to treat me. What makes you act like that?
Darling, you don't make the others pay. Still, you turn me down each and every day. What makes you act like that? What makes you act like that? No, that ain't no way to treat me. What makes you act like that?
Well, now here's my reason. Why do you keep on hanging around when you know that I've turned you down? That's why I act like that. I'm always and forever
Here's a tune we took from an old video recording of Ruth Etting performed with the great guitar player Eddie Lang. This is a Walter Donaldson song called Without That Man. Hope you enjoy.
Why do I feel like I do? Make me feel this way. I'll always feel like I do. The skies will always be gray without that man. I can't be happy without his kiss. I can't miss feeling blue without that man. I'm nearly crazy. I'm in a fog the whole night through. The days are so dreary, the nights are so long. My heart is so heavy, seems like everything's wrong. There's no today, there's no tomorrow. I may forgive, but I can't live without that man. Without that man, I can't be happy. Without his kiss, I can't miss feeling blue. Without that man, I'm nearly crazy. I'm in a fog the whole night through. The days are so dreary, the nights are so long. My heart is so heavy, seems like everything's wrong. There's no today, there's no tomorrow. I may forgive, but I can't live without that
Maybe take John's right there. Is that okay? Or you need a vocal?
No, actually, go ahead, please. Yeah,
Oh, come on up.
Carl, come center. Use the trombone. Use the one with the windscreen.
With the screen, all right. Okay, quick announcement before I introduce the band. I'm going to give you some more sponsors. Sponsoring Molly and Nahum. Alita Chaffin, that's Molly's mother. There you go. Thanks, Mom. And three, yeah, indeed. Chance would be a fine thing, huh? So, sponsoring this group, we have Ruth McAllister, Alice Addison, and John Shorb. Now, we've had a little appetizer already with a sound check. You guys are great, even on the sound check. But I know you caused a big stir at the monthly concert. I heard so many wonderful things about your sets there. So please give a warm welcome now to the Barrel House Wailers.
Thank you. Well, my fur got stole by Lord, ain't it cold? But I'm not gonna holler. I still got $1, and when I get low, oh, I get high. My man walked out, and you know it ain't right. He better watch out if I see him tonight. I said when I get low, oh, I get high. All the bad luck in this town has found me. Nobody knows how the trouble goes round and round me. Whoa, I'm all alone. No one to pat me that old rocking chair. Ain't never gonna get me, 'cause when I get low, oh, I get high. Well, my fur got stole, but Lord, ain't it cold? But I'm not gonna holler. I've still got $1, and when I get low, oh, I get high. My man walked out, and you know it ain't right. He better watch out if I see him tonight. I said when I get low, oh, I get high. All the goes round and round me. Whoa, I'm all alone. Don't want to tell me that old rocking chair ain't never gonna get me, 'cause when I get low, oh, I get high. Woo! All the bad luck in this town has found me. Nobody knows how the trouble goes round and round me. Whoa, I'm all alone. No one to pay me that old rocking chair ain't never gonna get me, 'cause when I get low, oh, I get high. Oh, I said when I get low. Oh, I get high. Thank you very much. We're very excited to be here today. Thank you very much for the Pismo Jazz Jubilee and the Basin Street Regulars for inviting us. It's quite an honor. We're going to keep it going with a little song called Everybody Loves My Baby. I would like a little bit more on my monitor, please. No. I'm as happy as a king, feeling good and everything. Just like a bird in spring, I gotta let it out. It's my sweetie, can't you guess? Wild about it, I confess. Does she love me? That's why I shout. Everybody loves my baby. My baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me, no. Everybody wants my baby. My baby don't want nobody but me. That's plain to see. Now I'm here, sweet Judy. He's my loving man. Ain't got time to do his duty. Loves me like no other can. That's why everybody loves my baby. My baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me, no. cheek. I just let those kisses be. Don't wash my face for wasting by everybody. Loves my baby, but my baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me. No. My baby loves me. Everybody loves my baby, but my baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me. Thank you. Summertime and the living is easy. Fish are jumping and the cotton is high. Your daddy is rich and your mom, she's good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. One of these mornings, you're gonna rise up singing. Then you'll spread your wings and take to the sky. Until that morning, ain't nothing gonna harm you now. With mommy and daddy standing by. time, and the living is easy. Fish are jumping, and the cotton Lord is high, so high. Your daddy's rich, and your mom, well, she's good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. One of these mornings, you're gonna rise up singing. Then you'll spread your wings and take the sky. To the sky until that morning. Ain't nothing gonna harm you now. With mommy and daddy standing by. With mommy and daddy standing by. Thank you. I'd like to introduce the man on my right. We call him Scabone. His name is Stan Middleton, and he's gonna take. Oh no, I was on the wrong set list. My goodness. This is Stan Middleton on trombone. My bad. I'm gonna do the next song. On his right is Drew Shermack on trumpets. On reeds, we have John Webb. On tuba, Jim Wade. On pots and pans and washboard is Diamano Andreo. The mighty David Leon Cavallo on bass. Some of you may have seen him earlier in the weekend. Yesterday, he was here with the Creole Syncopators. It's Todd Tiemanson on banjo. My name is Karen Parkhouse. Thank you. I made a little mistake. I thought he was taking the next song, but I am. It's called, this is a Bessie Smith tune, and it originally is called You've Gotta Give Me Some, but we lovingly call it Gimme Some. Loving is a thing I crave. For your love, I'll be your slave. Gotta give me some. Please give me some. Can't you hear me pleading? You gotta give me some. To the milkman, I heard Mary scream. Said she wanted lots of cream. Gotta give me some. Please give me some. Catch you when you come, sir. You gotta give me some. Oh yeah. Sweet as candy in a candy shop. Just sweet, sweet lollipop. Gotta give me some. Please give me some. Those balls that suckers, you gotta give me some. Give me kind of minute. If you wanna put my soul out in, gotta give me some. Please give me some. Can't stand it any longer. You gotta give me some. Now that didn't wake you up on a Sunday afternoon, on a gray, cloudy afternoon in Pismo. I'm not sure what will. Can I have this monitor just a hair up, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Pismo Beach. Yay! And the world. Thank you, world, for tuning in. We'd like to do a wonderful old Fats Waller tune for you right now. This is called Louisiana Fairy Tale. Hanging diamonds off the clover. The moon is listening to the nightingale. And while we're lost in dreams, the world around us seems like a Louisiana fairy tale. The breeze is softly singing through the willow as hand in hand we stroll along the trail. And love is at its height, chanting us tonight like a Louisiana fairy tale. Is it real? This fascination? Are my arms holding you fast? Are we here on a plantation? Or can this be heaven at last? Keep dreaming with your head upon my shoulder. And don't awake until the stars grow pale. The world is at our feet, the picture is complete, like a Louisiana fairy tale. Dr. Webb. Is it real?
Is it real?
This fascination on my arms, holding you fast. Are we here on a plantation? Or can this be heaven at last? Keep dreaming with your head upon my shoulder, and don't awake until the stars grow pale.
Well, instead of feet,
The
picture is complete, like a Louisiana fairy tale.
The world is at our feet, the picture is complete, like a Louisiana fairy tale. Yes, thank you very much. We are the Barrel House Whalers.
Scarbon Stan Middleton. Great, well, since we're coming up on Halloween, we thought we'd throw in something fun. This is a tune called Rattlin' Bones, and it's by the Preservation Hall Jazz Bands.
Gotta shake little Todd over here.
Ooh. If you ever go down New Orleans way, you might stay clear on St. Joseph's Day. The graveyard stones, they make a rattling sound, and the dead get up and start walking around. You might not believe me, but I tell you it's true. You would too if it happened to you. I spent the night on a graveyard day, and what I saw there gave me a terrible scare. Rattling bones, creeping around from behind headstones. You don't want to see them, then you best stay home, 'cause there ain't no running from the rattling bones. So we decided this set to do covers, and next set, we hope you'll stick around. We're gonna do a whole set of originals. So something to look forward to. But right now, we're gonna do a song. We're gonna do a song that was written in 1919. And we really appreciate that music from that era is still being played, and that we're able to continue it on for another generation. It's over 100 years old, so it's called Blues My Naughty Sweetie Gives to Me. That you get from worry. There are blues you get from pain. There are blues you get only from your one and only. Blues you can hardly explain. Yes, there are blues you get from sleepless nights, but the bluest blues that can be. All the blues that's on my mind, these blues are the meanest kind. Blues my naughty sweetie gets to me. Oh. From worry. There are blues you get from pain. There are blues you get only from your one and only. Blues you can hardly explain. Yes, there are blues you get from sleepless nights, but the bluest blues that can be. All the blues that's on my mind, these blues are the meanest kind. Blues my naughty sweetie gives to me. No. Thank you so very much. So this is going from a very vintage song into a modern tune. This is a song that is not a traditional jazz song. It's by an artist named Paolo Nutini, who is from Scotland. And he actually did a session with the Preservation Hall Jazz Band. And I said, hey guys, we have to do this. So it's called Pencil Full of Lead. And this is gonna be our last song for the set. But like we said, we're doing a whole nother set after a few videos. We hope you'll stick around or tune back in. And if you'd like to know where to find us, you can go to thebarrelhousewhalers.com. You can find us on Facebook. Yes, thank you. And we also have some CDs for sale that are available on Bandcamp for a digital download, Facebook, Instagram, and all around. We're real people. You can come talk to us. Just put your mask on. We hope you enjoy our set. This is our last song for this one. Well, I got a sheet for my bed and a pillow for my head. I got a pencil full of lead and water for my throat. Buttons on my coat and sails on my boat. So much more than I needed before. I got money in the meter, 2-bar heater. Now it's getting hotter, it's on, getting sweeter. Legs on my chairs and a head full of hair. A pot and a pan and some shoes on my feet. Got a shelf full of books and most of my teeth. Few pairs of socks and a dough with a lock. I got food in my belly, lots from my telly, and nothing gonna bring me down. Shout, I got a real big chat. Better than that, I got food in my belly, lots of fun my telly, and nothing gonna bring me down. But best of all, I got my baby. Best of all, she's all mine. Nothing gonna bring me down. No, no, no. But best of all, I got my baby. Best of all, I got my baby. She's mighty fine and she's all mine. Nothing gonna bring me down, boys. Best of all, I got my baby. Best of all, I got my baby. She's mighty fine and she's all mine. hope you will join us for the next set. We are the Barrel House Whalers.
I almost had a little fun there. A little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit. Not too much. Sorry, guys, I couldn't see you. Not at all. We're breaking. Oh, you. This one? All right, am I on? Can you hear me? How about now? All right, next up we have a couple of video performances. We're going to hear from Ivory Gold, who are sponsored by Fred and Judy Hepner. Fred's a great supporter of the ragtime piano community, and he's also a published author. He wrote a book on country music. And then after that, we're going to hear the High Street Band, and they are sponsored by Ed Bailey, Kenneth Peterson, and Eddie and Penny Powell. All right, good enough? Got it?
Well, good morning. This is Rhonda Cardinal, and I'm here with Jeff and Ann Barnhart, otherwise known as Ivory and Gold. And we're catching up with them and checking in and seeing how they're doing. And before we get started, I'd like to say that, Jeff, your beard is longer than the last time I saw you, and Ann, your hair's a little bit shorter.
It is a lot shorter. Yes, it is.
Yeah, and mine's gotten quite long for the first time in the over 20 years we've been married. I have more hair than she does.
Well, that's amazing. It's amazing. But you guys look well otherwise. So
Yeah.
we're just checking in, and we want to hear our audience and our club would like to know how you guys are doing and what you've been doing during this time.
Well, I'll just start by saying we miss you all terribly. We should have been out there in California several times between when we left after Monterey and leading up to your great festival that, of course, we had every plan on being involved in, as we have been so many years in a row. So that's the hard part, is not being able to see dear friends in person. That's the worst part of what's going on right now for us. But there's a lot of great things going on as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've planted a garden, and first time in 20 years we've had a veg garden, and we have everything from Brussels sprouts to Japanese eggplants and tomatoes and
Thai hot chili,
Yeah.
we love those, and then the normal stuff
normal
as well.
stuff. And that's gone very well, and making bread and kimchi and doing a lot of cooking, and just Mystic is a tourist town, and so we have a lot of visitors here all the time. So we stay pretty hunkered down and pretty isolated because they tend to forget that there's a pandemic on.
Yep. So we get out early in the morning, we sneak around and do our walks. And now that it's starting to get cooler again, we'll be able to get back out and do some hiking, which we're looking forward to. There's some great trails pretty close to us. So, not a huge amount of music news, just finally getting around to living in our place. I've owned this for 27 years, and I've spent more time in our two buildings on the property in the last 6 months than I have than we have in the previous 20 years combined. So
Yeah.
it's pretty amazing, finding out we live in a pretty darn nice place.
Yeah, I think we're all rediscovering our houses right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're all discovering what needs repair.
Yes. Yes, and one always leads to the next.
It does.
It does. Now we have no excuse. Oh, we'll take care of that, when we retire. Well, we're retired for now anyway.
So have you been able to play any music, or what's your musical career right this minute?
It's pretty much come to a complete standstill. Some of the things that I run in the first quarter of 2021 will have been canceled pretty soon. You know, the writing's on the wall. We've already had some discussions. So, you know, we'll just see when we can open up again. We're not really equipped to do much in the way of online material. We did record about a 49-minute duo recording for our manager to send out to clients to see if they might bite to put it out there virtually. You know, so it was pre-recorded, but our internet is so slow that it took our equipment 48 hours to upload it.
Yeah.
And then send it to him. So, you know, so this is just not going to work.
It's just
a few little things here and there. We're certainly not going as gung-ho as some of the younger people. And you've been putting out some great events right in your home, right outside your home. I mean, right on your property. And they've been going really well. You know, we envy people who can actually do that. On the East Coast, there's not quite as much outdoor performing going on yet. Certainly not with our kind of music. You know, you can get some rock events. They're turning the old drive-in theaters into live performance spaces, but nobody really wants to hear, you know, Bessie Smith. So it's like, okay, well, that's okay. We've got plenty to do, and we're learning new tunes and having a good time with that, and just you know, biding our time to come out roaring like a lion whenever it can happen.
Okay, so it sounds like you guys are holding your own for the time being, and
we are
making it.
Our families live close by too, so we've seen them more in the last 6 months than probably in the last 10 years.
Okay.
In their backyards, just, you know, doing the outdoor how are you type of thing. It's been good for them and us.
Okay, well, great. It sounds like you're doing okay. That's good. I'm sure everybody be happy about that. We miss you, of course. We miss the bands that can't come out or make a recording for us. So we're just going to play a couple of your tunes from our house concert, and that will be your contribution to our virtual festival. And this is a way of you letting your fans know that you're there and how you look. And so I'm sure everybody's going to enjoy it.
How you used to look.
That's out of the bag. So, all right. Well,
because,
thank
you know, really, it's interesting. Let me just tell you quickly, Rhonda, we're so happy with you. Were the second to last gig we did.
I know.
We did a gig for you in your home. We had the social distancing going on. We were all safe. It was great. We had another gig down south in Westlake Village at a church on that following Sunday. Flew home, and that's when, as they say, the feces struck the flabellum.
Well,
so you know, we're very happy that the second to last gig happened to be right there with you all.
Well, when I look back on the things we did right before we weren't allowed to do things, it's amazing how many things we did. And the day we had that concert, the writing was starting to be on the wall, but we went ahead and it went out and it went okay. We're really grateful that we were able to do that. We'll be doing those things again. So thank you very much for your time, and we will see you, we hope, in 2021. It's hard to know yet what's going to happen next year, but
it sure is. But thank you for all the hard work you and Jeff and all of the Basin Street regulars are doing to bring something to the people during the weekend your festival should have happened. It's you were the pioneers doing that.
Yeah.
And the other festivals have been looking at you and saying, well, if they can do it, we're going to figure out how we can. So you're paving the way for what is right now the new reality. And everybody does really appreciate it. So many kudos and thanks to you.
Well, thank you. Thank you guys for taking some time, and I will.
potion number 9. I told her that I was a flop with chicks. I've been that way since 1956. She looked at my palm and she made a magic sign. She said, what you need is love potion number 9. She bent down and turned around and gave me a wink. She said, I'm gonna make it up right here in the sink. It smelled like turpentine and looked like Indian ink. I held my nose, I closed my eyes, I took a drink. I didn't know if it was day or night. I started kissing everything in sight. But when I kissed a cop down on 34th and Vine, he broke my little bottle of love potion number 9.
so wrong. Baby, you'll be someday. Yeah, I know that the thrill is gone. The thrill has gone away from me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know the thrill is gone, baby. It's gone, gone, gone away from me. Gone away, yeah. Although I'm gonna still live on, gonna be lonely, lonely, lonely as can be, yeah. And ooh, saxophone.
When they lay me down to die, going up to the spirit in the sky, going up to the spirit in the sky. It's where I'm gonna go when I die. When I die and they lay me to rest, I'm gonna go to the place that's the best. Tell yourself, you know what you must. You gotta have a friend in Jesus. So you know that when you die, He's gonna recommend you the spirit in the sky. Going up to the spirit in the sky. That's where you gotta go when you die. When you die and they lay you to rest, you're gonna go to the place that's the best.
Straight to the point, that's what I'll be. This yakety yak just ain't for me. Had all your riches, I've lived in your slums, but I'm not the man and I'm not a bum. Call me black cat, cruising round, call me a black cat. Upside down, cause I'm a black cat. Take me around, this little kid is all over the town. My head gets heavy, my legs get weak whenever I hear that girl speak. Call me vain, call me blind, you'll find me chugging on the moonshine. Call me black cat, cruising round, call me black cat. Upside down, cause I'm a black cat. See me around, this little kid is all over the town. me a black cat. Cruising round, call me a black cat. Upside down, cause I'm a black cat. Take me around, this little kid is all over the town. Call me a black cat. Upside down, call me a black cat. Upside down, cause I'm a black cat. Take me around, this little kid is all over the town. Thank you very much. That was a tune called Black Cat, written by Drew Shermack on trumpet. This set we're going to do all original tunes. We're very fortunate to have a number of writers in the band. And what's next? Sorry. This next one is one I wrote. It's called I've Got That Something That You Need. I may not be like Best Smith, but you don't know who you're messing with. Bathing my troubles in bathtub gin. I'm singing the blues while the clouds roll in. I've lived a life too many a year, crying all night. I've run out of tears. I've been swimming in the deep end of the pool. I might have drowned, but I made up my own rules. You talk about my sweet loving, all my kissing. You play around, boy, you don't know what you're missing. 'Cause I've got that something that you need. Have you grown tired of me, brother? Searching around, looking for another lover. You won't find someone like me in somebody new. about my sweet loving, all my kissing. You play around, boy, you don't know what you're missing. 'Cause I've got that something that you need. Have you gone tired of me, brother? Searching around, looking for another lover. You won't find someone like me and somebody new. Yes, it's true. 'Cause I've got something that you need. Thank you very much. So the next couple of songs were written by Scabon Stan, and they're awesome. They really are. This one's called Hello Heartache.
Hello again, everybody. Thank you for being here, live and virtually. Thank you very much. We appreciate you all. Hope you're enjoying yourselves today, because we sure are.
Jazz hands.
Hello, heartache. It's been a while. I see you haven't lost your sense of style. Come on in, grab a chair, and sit right down while I pour us another round. Hello, heartache, my old friend. They think I'm footloose and fancy free again, but I know it ain't so, 'cause love went away. Say, heartache, how long you gonna stay? Cigarettes in heaven, a taste of red wine. I thought we made love until the end of time, but I was careless with your heart, like a goddamn fool. And now I'm sitting here drinking, singing the blues. Go on back to the kitchen and grab yourself a glass. But I spent my last dollar. I gotta make this bottle last. By the way, Lady Heartache, didn't hear you say, how long are you gonna stay? Play it, Dr. John. Shermack. Cigarettes in heaven, who tastes the red wine. I thought we made love until the end of time. But I was jealous with your heart like a goddamn fool. And now I'm sitting here drinking the blues. Go on back to the kitchen, grab yourself a glass. But I spent my last dollar, gotta make this bottle last. By the way, Lady Heartache, didn't hear you say, how long are you gonna stay? How long are you gonna stay? Thank you very much. Hello, Heartache. Actually, goodbye, Heartache. All right, then. This next one, this next one's just about doing what comes natural, I suppose. But this is brand new, world premiere. And it's called What Do You Want When You Look Like That?
What do you want when you
Put on your best, a red feather hat and your dapper dress. I wanna take you out of town. But first, pretty mama, do you wanna go down to the nightclub, dancing, drinking and such? Get in the mood, I hope it doesn't take much. I wanna treat you to a mighty fine spread, but I probably shouldn't tell ya what's going on in my head. To the dance floor, the band is real hot. Do the shimmy, shag, a Lindy hop, a turkey trot. I dance in the tango like a ginger and Fred. Pretty soon I'm thinking I'd like to take you to Bedford Stuyvesant, a Brooklyn Queen, Chi-town, a KC, a New Orleans, a dancing to the hot jazz, a digging the scene, with my hands on your hip and my thoughts in between the sets. There's a burlesque act, but that ain't what I've been looking at. It's only you look like that, because you mesmerize me, mama, when you look like that. Go, go, go! Oh, well, when you look like that. When you look like that. When you look like that. Well, I love you, pretty mama, when you look like that. take you around the world. Come on, pretty baby, let your love unfurl. Because I love you, pretty sugar mama, that's a for sure. When you look like that.
When you look like that.
Oh, when you look like that.
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 Well, you mesmerize me, mama, when you look like. When you look like that.
When you look like that.
Oh, when you look like that.
When you look like that.
Oh, when you look like that.
When you look like that.
Well, I love you, pretty mama, when you look like that. Won't you marry me, mama, when you look like that? Hey! Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. I believe you all know Mrs. Karen Parkhouse over here.
I forgot how to curtsy. We're going to take it down a notch. Just a little notch. Actually, a big notch. This is a song called Baby Come Back to Me. Is that what it is? I don't want you to go. Just thought you ought to know, baby, come back to me. All the time you've been gone, I feel like I can't carry on. Oh, baby, why don't you come back to me? I never said what I wanted to, and if you'd ask, here's how I'd reply. I'm not sure about what this world's coming to, but I'm damn sure about you and I. No, I won't ask for your tomorrow if you give me your today. Oh, baby, please, baby, please, oh, baby, please, come back to me. if you'd ask kids how I'd reply. I'm not sure about what this world's coming to, but I'm damn sure about you and I. No, I won't ask for you tomorrow if you're being me today. Oh, baby, please, oh, baby, please, come back to me. Oh, baby, please, baby, please, oh, baby, please, come back to me. Thank you. You guys want to do Looking? Let's do V-Town. He's already got his V-Town hat on. So, I don't know if you guys know, but we are a band that's based in Ventura, California. Our members live in Camarillo and Oxnard and Ventura, and we're representing the 805. The Southern 805, just to be like discerning. Dave and, yeah, Dave, this is all Dave. Dave Leon Cavallo wrote a song about our beloved town, and we call it V-Town. Hence Jim's hat. I don't know if you've been paying attention. You need to pay attention, because it's like thematic. They come from the North Camarillo back east, looking for a place to tap their feet. Cross desert plains and points all around. They're heading down to Old V-Town. If your pockets are empty but your belly's full, don't worry yourself with what you gotta do. All the cool cats say, come around to the swinging juke joints in Old V-Town. Tub thumpers, hot balls, and gin trench beers. Loose and that time, show 'em what it is. If your party is drinking 'cause the whiskey just blew, this town's heading for the town of homebrew. Don't sleep, a wink won't be let down. Let's go drinking in Old V-Town. Thank you very much. I want to take a minute and reintroduce the band just because if you didn't tune into the first set, you don't know who's playing if you're just watching in the second set. So on my left, we have the amazing Todd Tiemanson on banjo. On trombone, we have Scabon Stan Middleton. On trumpet, Drew Shermack. Keep an eye on this guy. He's going far in life. And on reeds, saxophones, flutes, it's Dr. John Webb. The man with all of the hats and the entertainment value and then some. It's Jim Wade on sousaphone. We would not be the band that we are today without the amazing talents of Deo Mono Andreo on pots and pans and percussion. No, not doing that today. And of course, David Leon Cavallo on bass. He is not only like a steady train just keeping us flowing, but he writes the majority of our new material and is an original member of the band and is amazing. My name is Karen Parkhouse. Last but not least, we're gonna do a song that I wrote. We originally weren't gonna do this one, but we've got some extra time, so we're throwing it in. Why not? This is one that I wrote. I don't know how to preface it, except it's called Looking to Get High. Well, I'm looking to get high on anything, 'cause I'm hoping to feel no pain. I've traveled around, all that I've found is heartache again and again. Well, you probably won't like me in the morning, but tonight could be a whole lot of fun, 'cause I'm aiming to get high on everything. Come on, darling, don't you wanna be the one? Well, it really doesn't matter what you're offering, 'cause I'll probably take a few of each kind. Why don't you pour me a drink? I don't care what they think, as long as I'm getting mine. Because I'm aiming to get high on everything, and I'm hoping that you'll come along. 'Cause the thing that I've learned about good times is that they don't stick around very long. Oh no, they don't stick around very long. Thank you. So this is another song written by Dave and myself. I helped out with lyrics. It's a little bit different to what we do, and it's going to take it down a notch, and then we're going to bring it back up. But we think it's important to take the time for this. It's called "There But for the Grace of God Go I." These are the words my mom would say when she'd see folks in a bad way. There but for the grace of God go I. I'm reminded from time to time that life can be cruel and unkind. There but for the grace of God go on. But if our fates are sealed and His plan shall be revealed, why let the lonely ones get lost along the way? Don't we have a say? They say that if you've got love, you've got more than enough. There but for the grace of God go on. But if our fates are sealed and his plan shall be revealed, why let the lonely ones get lost along the way? Oh, they say that if you've got love, you've got more than enough. There, but for the grace of God, go on. Thank you. So we're going to take you out with our title track of our CD that we put out last December 2019. Oh, thank you in the back. You've already got one. Woo! You can take home a CD with you today, or you can download our CD on Bandcamp. Just look for Barrel House Whalers. And it's all original tunes and then one in the public domain, because, you know, public domain's awesome. And free. Well, by awesome, I mean free. Or free, I mean awesome. I don't know. Which one? So it is called Day In, Day Out Rag. And we hope you enjoy. And thank you so much for being here today. Thank you very much for the Basin Street Regulars and the Pismo Jazz Jubilee. You guys have been incredible. Thank you for the people who sponsored us. We are truly touched by that. This is our first year here. We're the new kids on the block, and we hope to be invited back next year when everything returns to normal. So here it is, Day In, Day Out Rag. I get up every day, go to work, gotta make that pay, but I grown tired, that same old trade. Tonight I'm gonna have the best night I ever had. Day in, day out, why stay in when I can go Thank you all very much. Stay safe. Peace and love. See you next time.
Holy cow. Man, we haven't really gotten to let it rip like that since downtown LA. Shoot. Oh, not really. Sort of not. No, well, yeah, but you know what? I know I've fluffed before, but actually, started in, I was like, okay. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We kept going. Now I fluffed it. No, I fluffed it before, but I actually got jump on me. Sorry. No worries. World premiere. Let's got the clubs. Really good set. Nice one. One's too high, this one's too low. Am I on? All right, once again, the Barrel House Wailers. Yes, indeed, a very welcome addition to the Jubilee, and I know we'll be seeing more of them. Once again, their sponsors were Ruth McAllister, Alice Addison, and John Shorb. All right, coming up next, an interview with the Madeira brothers. You might recognize the interviewer. It was me, and I am endorsing this Peroni beer. I have a bottle with me at all times, so that's it. Oh, and there is something exceedingly important. If you wanted a sandwich, but you were teetering on the razor's edge at the $5 price tag, they've now been reduced to $3. So go fill your boots. Sandwiches. You'd be a fool not to.
Wait, 1 second.
It says it's recording. We'll trust it, and hopefully it is. Otherwise, you're okay. Rhonda says she tested it yesterday. Okay. So we have Joe and Paul Madeira here, live via the Zoom meeting, and wonderful to see you guys' faces. And we're going to have a treat. You're going to play a little bit for us in a while, but how are you doing?
Oh, we're doing pretty good. Considering everything that's happened, better on the East Coast than you are doing on the West Coast.
Yes, yeah, things are kind of smoky here, and that's beginning to get old, certainly. But luckily,
the news feeds are unbelievable. It's just, who would ever have thought?
Yeah, it's a whole lot of bad stuff happening at once. And, gosh, who'd have ever thought we'd live through something like that? I mean, you were just telling me that pretty much all of your income has been taken away, despite the fact that you had 3 different ways of earning. Now with COVID, they've all been shut down. So tell us about that.
Well, Joe and I both teach privately, and of course we can't, right now. And I used to teach, I live in Delaware. I used to teach in New Jersey, and then most of the last, what has it been, how many months? 7 months, 6 months?
Since March.
Since March, most of the time there's been a travel ban between New Jersey and Delaware.
Crazy.
Mostly from the New Jersey end. Yeah, the governor of New Jersey keeps issuing quarantines where people can't travel between Delaware and New Jersey. Of course, Paul lives in Delaware. We're down at his house in Seaford, Delaware, and I live in New Jersey. And so this is only the second time I've seen my brother since March. They lifted the quarantine for about a week, 4th of July weekend. I came down to visit them 4th of July weekend. And then just recently, they lifted the quarantine again. So this is only the second time, as I said, I've seen him since March. And I'm embarrassed to say I've never taken the time to thank the governor for that. But it's just, actually, I have an unfair advantage. You see, I can't forget what he looks like. All I have to do is look in the mirror and imagine myself 5 years from now. And there he is.
Oh, man, that's great. Yeah. Well, gosh, I mean, that's amazing. We haven't, had any of those serious of quarantines here. Maybe we need them, I don't know. But anyway, we're glad you're there together today, and thanks for making the drive. I know it was about 3 hours for you to get together, so that's considerable.
Well, I'll tell you, it's going to be awful strange for us when October rolls around and we're not going out to Pismo, because we're going to miss it very much. We've always had such a wonderful time playing there. The audiences always have been supportive, wonderful. And so it's, the playing part of it, somebody contacted me recently and they say, well, do you still practice? And I said, oh yeah, I practice every day because I love it. I just love playing the horns. I said, but you do miss the audience because, and I play classical as well as jazz, and I think it's true for classical as well as jazz as well, is that when you play, you get something from your audience. So a lot of times when a band comes out, when we come out on stage, we could be tired from the traveling or whatever, but you get this wave of energy from the audience. And to me, jazz has always been a language. It's a way of communicating. And playing jazz on stage, it's a two-way street. You're talking to the audience and they're talking to you in a musical sense. So we're going to miss it. We've been missing all that for since March.
Yeah. I mean, it's insane. Who'd have thought we'd have lived through something like this? It's crazy.
Well, it's funny because my mother, or our mother, we had the same mother. So, but she's 89 years old. She grew up through the Depression, and they had the Depression. Then immediately following that, World War II, and then she's experiencing this. And I said to her one day, I guess this is kind of like it was then. It's the same thing. Things happen, but we get through it all. It's just something that just passes. And then, in fact, I have a couple of 3 students. We were trying to do Zoom lessons. And once again, music over a computer is not like music in person. And trying to teach over a computer, I just feel like my hands are tied. And all 3 students contacted me and said, do you mind if we just get together and do it in person? And so I've been going to their houses and, because it's just so great to be making music with somebody else, again, after all this time.
Nice. Yeah, I miss it too. Well, let me see if I can get to some of these questions here. I identify you guys with the Benny Goodman small groups. That's what, when I hear you, that's the style I think of, but I know you do so much more than that. I mean, how would you describe your own style?
That's where we started. When Joe and I were in high school, we started playing. I've told the story before. We started playing when we were 16 years old. That was the first we had an instrument. And about the same time, we heard Benny Goodman on the radio playing live from the Palladium in London. This would be in 1976, New Year's Eve, 76. And we had never heard the music before, and we had been just given our instruments. And my first instrument, believe it or not, was trumpet. And Joe had a clarinet. and we heard Goodman Come On playing that Let's Dance theme song. And I honestly, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. What is this? I loved it from the beginning. And when Benny started to play, my brother turned to my mother and said, "What instrument is that?" And my mother said, "Clarinet, the same as you just brought home." We didn't know. So that was our first inspiration. And in some ways, that was a good thing because Benny was such a perfectionist that it drove us to want to be the same way on our respective instruments. I listen to some players, and the people that they emulate are sloppy players to begin with. And that never interested me. Somewhat it does, because I feel even every style of music has some merit to it. But Benny's perfectionism, that always in tune, always clean, that gave us something to aim at, to try to meet. And then as time went on, we started to branch out. Joe was playing more alto sax and then later tenor sax, and then later soprano sax. And then stylistically, our umbrella of styles got larger. But I guess part of our quest is you always want to be learning. Up until the COVID, I had been studying percussion from a young man. He's half my age. I had been studying classical percussion for the last 4 years up until the COVID came. So just trying to become a better player and know my instrument better.
Right.
Yeah, there was an interesting interview with Benny Goodman one time, and they asked him who his favorite clarinet players were. And he mentioned, at least 5 or 6. I know it was Jimmy Noon, Pee Wee Russell, Johnny Dodds, Sidney Bechet. He went down a list of clarinet players.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you looked at that list, you would think none of them sound anything like each other. Right away, you would say, well, what do these people have in common, right? And the reporter said, well, what was it about these players that so influenced you? And he said, their tone. They all had a beautiful tone. And I think what's really amazing, and not just clarinet players, but you listen to the New Orleans, the guys that are originally playing in New Orleans through Chicago and through the 30s, like guys like Johnny Mintz, Irving Fazzola, I can go on and on. They all play in tune. They all have wonderful intonation. And I said to somebody one time, you could probably play me 2 notes of any of 100 different clarinet players, and I'll tell you who it is, because they all sounded like themselves, and the same with saxophonists and trumpets and trombones, but they all had just wonderful sounds. Listen to Louis Armstrong. All through his career, it was almost like he was polishing his tone. And even at the end of his life, the tone just kept getting better and better. And it was always good. That's what, in fact, the early jazz players, jazz didn't refer to improvisation because every culture has improvisation. The Polish, the polka players improvise to some degree. In klezmer music, they certainly. And in classical music in the 19th century, you were expected to be able to improvise a theme and variations. So improvisation isn't what jazz refers to. Jazz in the early days referred to what you did with your tone. So jazzing a note was either the bent notes or the growls or whatever, but it had all to do with the sound of your instrument. And I listen to a lot of recordings today, and I feel like a lot of people are just trying to play faster or higher or louder. But so a lot of times when I'm working with young jazz players and doing clinics and stuff, I'll say, either play me 1 note or just play me the melody and make it sound like the greatest thing I ever heard, because that tone is everything. In fact, a critic once said to Ben Webster, because he was trying to make fun of Benny Goodman. And he said to Ben Webster, you know, when Benny plays a tune, all he does is play the melody. And Ben Webster got real mad. And he said, that's because he can.
Yeah.
And to me, when I fell in love with jazz, I'm not too sure if I fell in love with jazz or I fell in love with the songs, because the songs are all wonderful. Look who was writing like in the 20s and 30s: Irving Berlin, Harold Arlen. You know, the list goes on, and the tunes are just so much fun to play, and more so if you know the lyrics too. You know, I always thought that was an important part. But and every great jazz player had his own way of playing the melody chorus and making it sound great. I always thought it was fascinating to me, Louis Armstrong's recording of Hello, Dolly. I mean, the tune is kind of a nothing tune. There's not a heck of a lot you can do with it until he got a hold of it. And not only the way he sings it, but the trumpet solo, I think is one of the greatest trumpet solos of his career. You know, he just makes it just sound like a whole other level, you know. So down in Florida, there's a school for the performing arts, and a friend of ours teaches down there. And I take big band arrangements and I put them on computer and print out nice, neat copies of the parts and send them to whoever, when we need them, whoever needs them. And he called me one day and he said, I need Tommy Dorsey's arrangement. I'm getting sentimental over you, and I need it in 3 weeks. And I said, okay, you know, and so I started, you know, working on it, putting it on the computer. And I thought, well, the young man, the high school kid, isn't going to know how to play Sentimental to You like Tommy did unless I write out the melody the way Tommy played it. And although he's playing the melody notes straight, the syncopation is his own. And it has nothing to do with the original melody. It is swinging, you know. And I'm, when I got done writing just the trombone lead sheet, I'm thinking, this guy was a genius. How did he come up with phrasing the melody of that tune the way he recorded it? Yeah, you know. And I think that's what made him a jazz musician.
Sure.
So hopefully that answers your question.
No, that was beautiful. I mean, those insights are just pure gold. You know, that's the way we should be thinking about the music for sure.
Yeah.
Now, did you get to play with any of your heroes?
Yes, quite a few. And you know, I had to say, when my brother and I were younger, we were quite shy. You know, and I wish I asked more questions. When I played with these people, the one thing, because I don't want to. I always feel funny saying who I played with or who I met, but I'll mention a few names. You know, Paul and I worked, you know, we had Bob Havens, Herbie Green, Lionel Hampton. I actually recorded with Hampton. One thing, Dick Hyman's another one. Bucky Pizzarelli. They were all really nice people. Beyond being wonderful musicians, they were the nicest people, you know, and I think Paul and I, the musicians that we've gotten to meet and play with over the years, that's the real blessing, is spending time with these people, and you know, just the warmth and their willingness to, you know, share their time with you. It just, I don't know if you could see this, because you were talking about heroes we got to play with. This might be hard to see, and you might get a reflection. I don't know. Can you see that, or is it too?
It does have a reflection. I can't make out who it is, but I see.
That's my brother and I in our 20s.
I see you guys in front.
Yeah, with our first band. Joe and I were in our 20s. The guitar player was an old 31 at that time, but the bass player was 71. And he had worked with, you'll appreciate this, he had worked with Fats Waller.
And whenever Fats Waller would come to Philadelphia, he'd use a local band. And he got to play with Fats whenever Fats came to town. And the stories he told were wonderful about Fats. And he said they were supposed to, Fats was supposed to record with them. And of course, he went out west to make Stormy Weather, and on the way back, he died. But he was this close to recording with Fats, you know. So, you know, when Joe and I were coming up and we worked with the older musicians, or like I said, our heroes, we asked questions because we respected these guys and we wanted to know what made them who they are. And so I don't know if that still goes on today or not, you know, but that's how it was for us anyway.
Yeah, and it's a lucky thing, isn't it, when you think about the younger generation? I mean, I'm a bit younger than you, but I got to play with a lot of, not jazz men, but blues guys and, you know, 50s rock and roll people. You know, it's like you get a chance to touch the spirit, and the new generation, I mean, I suppose they get it secondhand through guys like us, that you can say, you shook the hand of the man who shook the hand, but they can't have that direct contact like we did, and that's sad, I guess.
Well, and also, I have often thought that, you know, when my brother and I started playing, you know, gigging, I guess you would say gigging, there was a lot of work, you know, because any kind of event would use live music. Right. And as I said, my brother and I, when we were in our early 20s, we were by far, most of the bands we were playing with, the guys we were playing with were probably in their 60s, like late 50s, 60s, or older. And I remember the first band that I played with was a wonderful trumpet player from Philadelphia named Tommy Sims. And the band had a guy had Tommy and a drummer named Skeets Marsh, who had spent some time playing with both Ellington and Count Basie. You know, so the guys I was playing with, the trombonist was with who's the band? Waring, Fred Waring's band. You know, all these guys were like seasoned professionals, and I just remember, and the trumpet player was the leader. And of course, all of it was faking. You didn't have music in front of you. And the trumpet player would call a tune and he'd start playing it. Maybe 3 bars into the tune, he just put his trumpet down, expecting me to pick up the melody wherever he was. And it was, and the old guys, that was their way. They were testing you, you know, to see if you did your homework. And I remember one time I went up to him and his name was Tommy. I said, you know, Tommy, I said, when you were coming up, all these songs were on the radio. I said, they're not on the radio anymore. So I said, what, you know, where do you expect me to learn them? Now, I had a lot of records. You know, Paul and I used to haunt yard sales and flea markets all the time looking for recordings. And he made me a list of tunes. It was a lot of pages. And he says, here, know them the next gig we play. And but that was the I'm going to say the old guys, that was that generation's way of testing you.
Right.
You know, you know, to see if you knew your stuff. But it was, I can't say I really liked it at the time, but I got to say it was a great way to learn, you know. And I remember there was this piano player. For people who remember Gerald Ford, he looked like Gerald Ford, and his name was Bob King. And he said to me one day, hey, kid, just stand next to the piano. And it could be they would call a tune that I never heard before. And if I was standing next to him, he could guide me through it. I could even play the melody the way he would guide me. And I remember I was studying with a teacher at one time, and of course he was in his 60s. And I said, you know, I play these jobs with Bob King. And he said, and I said, any tune he can get me through. And my teacher looked at me and said, when I was your age, he did the same for me. You know, he just,
but you look back and that's how you learn. That's how you learn, I guess. Yeah, when we were in high school, one day we're listening to Jim Croce and Elton John. The next day we discovered Benny Goodman. How do you make that transition? That we did.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and Paul used to, I'll never forget. I came home from school, and of course I only had the clarinet for a couple months or whatever, right? And he put on an Artie Shaw record, and Artie would play something, and he'd say, "I bet you can't do that." And I would take the record. I remember I'd go down the basement with the record, and I learned how to do it. And next time I got the Paul, I'd say, "Here you go." So, but
yeah. I think when you're young, there's a sort of a fearlessness. You hear something and you recognize that it's going to be very difficult, but you're not afraid to try.
Yes. Part of it is, and I tell my students this all the time, there's no such thing as hard music. There's only music that you're not familiar with. But
Right.
once you become familiar with it, it's not hard anymore. And I'll say to them, think of music that you played 4 or 5 years ago. If you looked at it now, would you say it's hard? They say no. Well, I said, what changed, you or the music? Obviously, you changed. So we all hopefully learn from our experiences. And
Yes.
and the secret is the bass player that Paul was just talking about. When we met him, as I said, he was 71 or 72. 71, and we were, as I said, early 20s. And we worked with him until he was 90. And we would go play a job like 9 to 2, because you would play in restaurants 4 nights a week from 9 till 2. And as I said, the other 3 of us were young. We'd finish the job and be packing up and be dragging, and he'd say, "Hey, let's go get something to eat." He had all this energy. And one time he turned to me and he said, "Joe," he said, "people are like sharks." He said, "A shark has to be moving forward all the time, even when they're sleeping, because if they stop swimming, they'll drown." And he said, and he looked at me and he said, "If you stop learning, you'll drown." And that's the neat thing about music is what did Charlie Chaplin say? We're all amateurs. We don't live long enough to be anything else.
Right.
And there's always new things to learn. With this COVID, it's been interesting because suddenly, there's no concert to prepare for. So when I go to my practice room, I could put anything on the stand I want, because I'm not preparing for one thing in specific. And I've taken out all the classical music that I studied in college, and a lot of pieces that I like to play and don't have the time to, and also exploring new techniques on my instruments, and so it's kind of like, you can take any bad thing that happens and turn it into a good thing if you want to.
Right.
And so they say with COVID, around here, if you drive around on trash day, there's these huge mounds of stuff because people are cleaning out their houses. That closet they never got around to, they got to.
Yeah.
With me, it's all that music on my shelf that I never have a chance to play. I got it all down. I'm saying, hey, I want to play this. I want to play this. I want to play this. And as I said, Paul and I haven't had a chance to get together, and so as soon as we got together this weekend, the instruments came out and said, "Hey, let's play something. Let's work on some things."
Nice. Well, I'm just sorry that I didn't get to hear that. I do have a couple more questions for you, but I know you were going to play for us at some point. Would you rather wait till the end to do that, or do you want to do it now?
Go ahead with your questions. Yeah, we can.
All right. Well, I've been asking musicians kind of questions because that's the way my head works. But there's a couple of just fun ones here. And one of the board members wanted to know, what's the craziest thing that ever happened to you on stage?
You know what? If I had a little time to think about it. Well, there is a Pismo story. There is a Pismo story. Do you want to tell it? I'll tell it. Yeah. And it's on, there's a video of it because one year at the Pismo Jubilee, they posted a little bit of every band, and they posted what happened to us. We had just finished a tune, and Joe was making an announcement for the next tune. And he couldn't get the microphone to go back in the clip. Now, in my defense, it wasn't the correct clip for that microphone. Come on. So it was getting embarrassing how long it was taking. So I just walked over to the mic, and all I had to say was, just how did you manage to have 2 kids? Well, he lost total control of the audience. I mean, the audience just exploded. Our drummer, he's got about a 5-second delay before he gets the joke, and it's just, the audience just went, he couldn't get control of what was going on, and he didn't have any comeback. What could you say, Another time we were playing in Mammoth, and we were supposed to fly out to Mammoth, and we get to the airport, and they said there's going to be a delay. And the delay went on and on and on. It turns out we're in the airport 8 hours. And finally they said they can't get us on the plane. They're going to have to put us on the plane the next morning at the same time. So we go home, and now it's late at night, but we had to get up at 2 in the morning to go back to the airport for the next day. And of course, our first set is the next day. So we fly out to Reno, and then you have to drive up. So 3 hours to get to Mammoth. So my brother and I are in the lead car, and there's two other cars with the rest of the band, right? So we drove all 3 hours up to Mammoth. After flying for 5 hours. After flying for 5 hours, they pull up behind the stage at the beginning of our set. They're announcing us, I jump out of the car, and I just grab the clarinet, and I run up on stage by myself, and I start playing California, Here I Come, right? And my brother gets out, and he has to get the mallets out of his luggage, and he comes up the stage, and he starts comping the chords behind me. By the time we got to the end of the tune, we had a full band. So that was, another time the same thing happened in Medford. And we ordered a pizza from the stage. We were starving. We had traveled all day, and the guy delivered it to the stage.
Oh, wow.
Different things happen. A lot of things are, I guess, inside musician things. But the hardest thing was coming home from Pismo one year, from playing the Pismo show. Our flight was delayed, and we missed our connecting flight in San Francisco. And we had a choice, either stay in the airport in Pismo, which we should have done, or fly to San Francisco and stay in that airport. We opted to go to San Francisco. Well, when you spend the night in the airport, they don't adjust the air conditioning for the fact that there's no one there. And all the food concessions were outside the gate. And if you went outside the gate, you had to wait till the next morning to get back in. And what a night, freezing. We were in the San Francisco airport. There was nobody to be seen anywhere, and it was freezing. We opened our luggage, and we got every bit of clothing and just layered it, and spent the night in this airport freezing. And but that's the perils of traveling, I guess,
Yeah, that's it. It's not all fun and games, is it?
Yeah. But it's funny. You could be tired. You could not feel well or whatever. As soon as you walk on stage, something else takes over.
Yes.
And somebody once said, a student of mine asked me, "What do you think about when you're playing?" I said, "I don't know." I said, "Somebody else plays. It shows up and plays for me." And they looked at me, and I said, "Well, think about it. When you play, it comes from the subconscious. The subconscious takes over. the ancient Greeks couldn't explain that. They had, they couldn't understand how you could do something without literally thinking about it. So they claimed a god entered your body and did it for you. And that god was muse. And that's where we get the word music. So, yeah, I said, we come off the stage and people ask me what the second tune was. And I say, I don't know, because I don't remember like that quick what we, as a matter of fact, the band's they're always not angry with me, but they know that when we go to play a set, I do not make a set list, or I don't work from a list of tunes. And a lot of times we'll be walking onto the stage, and the guitar player will say, "What's the first tune going to be?" And I look at him and say, "I don't have the foggiest."
I know. I'm the same
I just know that tunes pop into my head. And I think a lot of that is you get a sense of what the audience would like to hear. And so if you go from a pre-programmed list, you're locked in, and you just get a feeling of what's going to work at that particular time. But I always said, if I know ahead of time what I'm playing, I'm going to be bored. I said, I'd rather be surprised, And a lot of times we'll rehearse something and like an ending to a tune, and we'll have a set way of doing it. And on stage performing it, I'll change it. And I remember we were playing, I think it was After You Gone. And, at a very fast tempo. And 8 bars before the end, I signaled the band to go to halftime. And we went to half tempo. And then 4 bars at the end, we went back to the original tempo. And when we came off stage, somebody in the band said to me, that could have went really badly. It just happened to work. And I said, but what would be the worst that could happen? I said, even if it crashed and burned, we would have had a laugh with the audience. But I said, isn't the excitement of not knowing what's going to happen make it even more fun? No, I would say no. He would say yes, I would say no.
So you're not in perfect agreement on all of these philosophical.
No, Joe and I approach jazz in two different ways. Now, Joe's an accomplished musician and arranger. He knows his theory. He knows chords and scales and such, but he plays off the top of his head. So I could walk in and let's say I'm going to sit in on a set that he's already started, which I used to do when he used to work with Tony DiNicola. And I look at him and say, what key are you in? And he'd have to think about it. He wouldn't even know the key he was playing in. Me, I want to know the key. I want to know the chord structure, and that's how I operate. So we do approach it from 2 different directions. One time I was in a recording session, and we were warming up, and the piano player was playing something, and I pick up my horn, and I start playing along with him. And we played 3 or 4 choruses, and I finished, and I turned to him and said, that's a great tune. What was it? He says, I don't know. I was making it up. He says, I was following you. But I think when you play, something else takes over. I say to people, when you go out, let's say you go with some friends to get pizza, and there's all the conversation, and the conversation always shifts. You could be talking about one thing, and 2 minutes later, you're talking about something completely unrelated. And let's say there's 6 people, and the conversation just flows. And we all have wonderful evenings like that. And people come up to me and say, well, I don't play jazz. And I said, well, of course you do. Because whenever you have these evenings like that, that's jazz. That's improvised. Right. And as I said, music's a language. As soon as we start thinking of it technically, with all the rules and everything, then it's more of a science. It's not an art form, it loses that freedom. We'll have a tune that we play fairly often or that we've recorded, and I'll go on stage and we'll play it at a completely different tempo. Maybe we always played it slow. I'll play it fast, or we always play it fast. I'll play it slow. Or in a different key, just to, just to keep it fresh.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, maybe one more, or how are we doing, Rhonda? Okay. Well, one of the things on the list was, what do you envision for the future? I mean, I assume this COVID thing is eventually going to end. And, what do you envision for your careers, and also for the future of the traditional jazz festivals?
I think, it might be slow coming back, but I think, I guess when they have a vaccine, or we're starting to see it on the East Coast where people are starting to loosen up. In New Jersey, we have the Jersey beaches, and a lot of people from other states come to New Jersey in the summer, to go to the beach, and the experts were all saying, when summer comes and all these people start coming into New Jersey, you're going to see a spike in the numbers and all that. Well, we never saw that. And it could be that when they have a vaccine, or as I said, if this starts to sometimes viruses just go away, whatever. I think people are going to want to get out and be entertained again. After being in their homes and in this lockdown, I think, it'll come back in that sense. Now, as far as people always ask me the future of traditional jazz, or even jazz in general, but we have festivals of Renaissance music. We have festivals of Mozart festivals, and Beethoven festivals. I mean, music's music. People are going to want to hear good music. A lot of people say, well, the farther traditional jazz gets into the past, there's going to be less and less of an audience. And I said, well, what could be more in the past than the Renaissance? And yet these Renaissance festivals, there's still an audience for that. In fact, when I was in college, I actually played in a Renaissance group, I played recorder, so I think the same as we're still playing Mozart, we're still playing Bach. I think that, there'll be an audience for jazz. My own personal opinion is that I like Pismo, because Pismo, you're very close to your audience. And as I said, music's a language. I think one of the worst things for jazz is when it went on the concert stage, because all of a sudden you're just far from your audience. And that can, and people tend to play it. I hear performances where they're playing by, once again, how fast they can play, or how, what they're going after isn't, they're taking the life out of it. As long as it has the life. A lot of the early jazz musicians preferred playing for dancers, because their argument was, you have people moving along with you. In Louis Armstrong's biography, when he talks about the clubs that were in New Orleans, and he said the whole building would start shaking with the music. It's just but when you have that closeness with the audience and the rapport, where it's a back and forth thing, it's a two-way thing, that's what's going to keep jazz alive. I think here in Delaware, we have a jazz festival in Rehoboth, and it was taken over some years ago, and it became a smooth jazz festival, but only smooth jazz. And I think segregating a festival, whether you do just Dixieland or just smooth jazz, is a bad decision, because you're talking about a style of music, jazz, that's only listened to by 10% of the population. Now you're going to cut it down even more. I know for us, we were in a lot of festivals, we were the first band to go in with not a traditional lineup. And we could play jazzy blues, but we had vibraphone. It wasn't trombone, clarinet, and trumpet. What also amazes me, I play drums for my church.
and we're doing the contemporary, very contemporary music. I do a lot of fills, and they're right out of Gene Krupa and Dave Tuff, and it fits the music perfectly. And so I see this thread through styles that it transcends styles, I guess I should say. And I know you're going to, audience will have preferences. I mean, I've listened to a lot of modern trombone players because I was originally a trombonist for many years. But be honest with you, my favorite to this day is Jack Teagarden, still. Yeah. And Teagarden, you listen to his albums and it's very eclectic. He did albums with strings. He did albums that were standards. He did albums that were just Dixieland tunes. Same thing about Bobby Hackett. You could say about Bobby Hackett, you know, and the fact that these guys were so versatile. Even Goodman, and towards the end of his life, he opened his sets with "That's a Plenty," which you would think would be going the opposite direction, but he went back. You know, here's a guy that had, gee, how many tunes, big band tunes, did he introduce the American public? And here he's opening his set with "That's a Plenty." So I like that eclectic part of music.
I had a student come to me, a saxophone, and he said, "Could you help me with my improvisation on this tune?" I said, "All right, bring it in. Let's talk about it." So he brings in the music and he points to the first chord. He says, "Well, what do you play over this chord?" And I said, wait. Before we go any farther, I said, "Why don't you just play me the melody? Let's start there." And he says, "Oh, well, I don't know the melody. I just want to learn how to improvise on it." And I said, "How could you improvise on a song that you don't know?" So I said, "Here's your first assignment." And I said, "Go on YouTube," because you know what's wonderful is a lot of the greats are on all. Last night Paul and I were watching Jascha Heifetz, the violinist, and it's like, what could be more wonderful than that, And it's all there. So I said, "Go on YouTube," and I said, "Type in Duke Ellington, Johnny Hodges." And the next week he came in for his lesson. He could hardly talk. He said, "I couldn't believe it." It just, and I said, that's where music's a language. I said, when you can talk to an audience like he did, and so, yeah. So I think, all music has a future, as long as, as long as the people up on stage love what they're doing. That's the difference. You just have to love it. Buster Keaton's once said about his films, he said, when we were making those films, he says, we ate, we drank, and we slept them. We could think about nothing else. And music's got to be sincere, and you got to have that dedication to it, where you want to take that horn out every day and just play it. So should we play something for them? Would you?
Oh, that would be great.
It's only the two of us, but we'll.
Oh, that's plenty.
Paul's just got to situate. Now I have to say, I'm sitting in a room. He's got two sets of vibes, a marimba and a xylorimba and a xylophone. There's barely enough room for me, And I think he designed it that way,
Well, why not?
Should we do it? Yeah.
Hey, beautiful. Oh, well, thank you both so much. It's been wonderful talking to you and hearing your insights, and we look forward eagerly to when you can come back to Pismo and we can all be together again.
We're looking forward to it so much, so very much. If you change your mind, we'll come out this year.
Yeah, I'd love to see you. I'll be there.
Okay.
All right, Jim.
All right. Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you again.
You
Thank you very
bet.
much.
All
Be
right,
safe.
should
Thank
I
you.
finish it? Yeah. Oh, no, it's not Facebook.
Robert E. Lee. Why I never said.
thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. That was that tape you saw. That was, if you saw the timestamp on it, 30 years ago. That was aboard Tiger's Folly 2, the cruise boat in Morro Bay, of which I not only got to play music on it, but because I'm dumb enough to have a captain's ticket, I also was the captain of the boat for 25 years. Yep. I'll be darned, before we forget, I'd like to acknowledge our sponsor. Because, and I put it down right here. We have a sponsor. Hey, hold it. Herbert Schrabman. Are you here? Thank you, Herbert. By golly, these things don't happen without volunteers, without sponsors. And before we get any further, this is getting to be the end of a long day, and I'd like to thank Rhonda and her efforts and all her people. It's been a wonderful, wonderful event. I'll tell you what, it takes a little courage to step up in the midst of all we're going through and say, let's have a virtual jazz festival, never having done it before. So I think another round of applause is appropriate. Now this young lady, I don't know, I didn't look that bad on that tape. She looked a lot better than I did. She still does. This is my longtime bass player, Liz Douglas. Yay! I'm really happy. We used to have more fun playing together, and occasionally we played music, so it's not a bad deal. Okay, here we go. All right, sing along. Your fave. Oh, guys playing? Okay, now, tell you what, just before, I just had not barely gotten inside the gate. And somebody says, what are you playing today? And I said, banjo. And he says, you know, country song? I said, yeah. Oh. So I said, he says, do you know a country song? And I said, yes, I do. And he said, would you play it? And I said, I certainly will. So we'd like to do for you, at this time, my favorite country song. Okay? What could it be? It just happens to be called Brazil. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we're going to switch around, but before we do, how about a nice, wonderful round of applause for my lovely bass player, Miss Liz Douglas. She's going to sneak off, and we're going to get some more folks up here. we have some surprises for you.
They're getting the real musicians up now. Thank you.
Yeah, the banjo player is going to stay, though, just in spite of himself. So if we could, we have some surprises because I don't think we named anybody that's going to be in this. But you remember Blue Street? They're still going. Well, we happen to have with us, flown in at great expense, Mr. Dave Ruffner is going to come up and play trombone for us, with us. And how many of you remember the cowboy group from, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever, from Arizona? Igor's Jazz Cowboys. Guess who's here? He just walked on stage. Igor himself. Igor Glenn. And of course, your host for the whole evening, the Iron Man. Whole deal here. The Iron Man has been, oh my gosh, night and day. Carl Sonny Layden is joining us on piano. And this group, believe me, has never played together before, ever. And we're going to prove to you why. We're going to have fun. So give us a moment to get set up here. It just takes a few seconds. We actually wrote down some tunes so that we don't have to say, what are we going to do next? Well, we don't have any clue to what we're going to do next. So is everybody having fun? Okay, great. Could you kind of spread out and make it look crowded? That'd be nice. Thank you. Great. Oh, yeah, I have too. But some of those, remember those Sacramento sets? Be up, 9 o'clock in the morning out at the fairgrounds. All right. So, anybody have any requests? Write them down on the back of a $100 bill. Send them up here. Even if we don't know them, we'll learn right in front of you. Okay. Okay, you guys ready? Almost. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's start out with that one. You want to play a little banjo? I'll just play the first 2 bars, 4 bars, whatever it is. It's the last 8 bars, last 2 bars. Okay.
Check it one, check, check.
What
is check, check?
Oh, let me move over. There you go. All right. Ready? You all squared away there, Coach? Okay. Key that. What did you check? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, that was history. That was our first tune together. Yeah. Now, we're going to slow down a little thing, a little Fats Waller tune. This is kind of fun. A little thing entitled Ain't Misbehavin', which is our, believe me, this group right here, that's our code. Oh, yeah.
As if there was a chance.
Yeah. Okay, what key you like that in? E flat. E flat. Let's do it.
You want me to sing it or not?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about the last, first date, last date?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Want me to count it off?
Sure.
Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
No one to talk with, I'm all by myself. No one to walk with, I'd be happy on a shelf. Ain't misbehaving, saving my love for you and you and you and you. No need for searching for the one I love. No need for flirting, you're the one I'm dreaming of. Ain't misbehaving, saving my love for you. Like Jack Horner, I'm in the corner and I don't go nowhere, but what do I care? Your kisses are worth waiting for. Oh, now believe me, I don't stay out late, nowhere to go. I'm home about 8, me and my radio. Ain't misbehaving, saving my love for you. ain't nowhere to go. I'm home about 8. Me and my radio ain't misbehaving, saving my love for you. Oh, I ain't misbehaving, saving all my love for you.
Dave Ruffner. Yeah. You want to sing another one, Dave?
Sure, what do you want me to sing?
Oh, pick one. Bourbon Street Parade. Let's do that one.
Okay, A flat?
I love that one. A flat.
I'll start it. Here we go. Oh, let's fly down. We can ride down to New Orleans. Oh, that city so darn pretty, historic scenes. I'll take you, I'm gonna parade you down there on Bourbon Street. Now we're hitting all the hot spots, hanging with your big shots down in New Orleans. We can ride down to New Orleans. Oh, that city, she's so pretty. Historic scenes. I'll take you, I'm gonna parade you right over there on Bourbon Street. We're hitting all the hot spots, hanging with the big shots down in New Orleans.
Well, thank you. That was marvelous. That was great. Everybody got up with the parasol parade. How come the dog didn't have an umbrella?
The dog was my favorite.
The dog is not a union member, I guess. That was great.
Remember, no animals were harmed in the playing of the scene.
That's right. Well, we don't know. Hey, Igor, do you... Igor, do you have a little something maybe you'd like to lay upon us?
Well,
Igor traveled all the way, came all the way from Arizona. Dave came all the way from New Orleans, or Nolans. New Cuyama. Somebody, how's your coyote doing?
It's a
A new
new coyote.
coyote. I don't know if you've been following Carl's coyote stories, but out where he lives, he had a friendly coyote.
Yeah. I get pretty close to them, get within about 10 feet of them with a camera. It's great.
Pretty interesting stuff. Hey, I'll tell you what, how about we hear from Igor? And
all right, let's go down to New Orleans.
New Orleans,
Another
all
New
right.
Orleans tune. This tells about a place down there called the House of the Rising Sun. We can't tell you what kind of house it was, but Dave and I know that it's a halfway house.
No, it's a wonderful Japanese restaurant down there. Yeah.
It's a halfway house, Dave. That's for girls who didn't want to go all the way. There is a house down in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun. It's been the ruin of many a poor woman. My gal, oh Lord, was one. If she had listened to what the mama said, she'd have been at home today. She was so young and foolish, oh God, that a gambling man lead her astray. Go home and tell her baby sister not to do what she has done, and shun that house way down in New Orleans. They're called the Rising Sun. Let's everybody play it now. My mama, she was a tailor, and she sewed my old blue jeans. My daddy, he was a gambling man, way down in New Orleans. Oh, now the only thing that a gambler needs is a suitcase and a trunk. And the only time that he be satisfied is when he's on a drunk. I got one foot and on the platform, and the other foot is on the train. I'm going back down, way down to New Orleans, to wear a ball and a chain. Everybody now! There is a house down in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun. Lord, it's been the ruin of many a poor woman, my gal, oh Lord, oh Lord was one.
Wrap your troubles in dreams, KC. How about a piano? All right. Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be way too much fun. Yeah, get it down, get it down.
when skies are cloudy and gray. Well, now they're only gray for a day. Well, you wrap your troubles in dreams. Dream your troubles away until that sunshine peeps through. There's just one thing to do. Oh, now you wrap your troubles in dreams, and you dream your troubles away. Castles may tumble, it's fate after all. Life's really funny that way. No need to grumble, just smile as they fall. Were you queen for a day, say, just remember that sunshine always follows the rain. Wrap your troubles in dreams and dream your troubles away.
We got some feedback, low frequency feedback. I don't know whether we were okay at first. And
So we just, how are you? How is everybody holding up? How many have been here for the entire show? All day? Oh my gosh. This is great. That is too much fun. You guys, I think, Rhonda, we need some badges that just say hardcore fans. Just, you know, something hardcore, maybe like with a bullet hole or something in it. Just
that's it.
It's show how hardcore it is. So, but that's wonderful. You know, somebody mentioned to me that wasn't it nice to be listening to live music again? And I agree with that. This is, you know, I've played these songs 100 times or more. Uh-oh. Who in the world is...
It's his bookie, I think.
Tom, I told you not to call me in the middle of a jazz. Tom, I don't need a surf report. I'm in the middle of a jazz festival. I'm on stage. What do you want? Fresh fish. Okay, what time you be over at the house? Oh, I won't be there. I'm in Pismo Beach. Okay. Stop by the shop tomorrow. Okay. Anybody want to and need some fresh fish? I've got a whole audience here. They're all sitting there with their tongues hanging out. Yeah, we'd be happy to do that. We have a request, Stairway to Heaven.
Hey, guy hung up on that one.
Tom Craig, world famous surfer. Weird guy. Weird guy. He had an interesting job. He just retired. Interesting job. He was like the head landscape architect at Hearst Castle for 30 years. And I have, if you ever get a chance, well, you won't get a chance because he doesn't work there anymore, but I had the opportunity to go and have Tom's tours where you get to go backstage. I mean, really go into all the rooms where nobody gets to see him. I got to do that. Got to check the pools out. Yeah. That's what happens when you play banjo. Anything to get rid of the guy. He was hoping I'd get lost in the place.
Well, that's the stuff you can talk about, though.
Yeah, no, it's true. Okay, let's see. What do we have on the list? Oh, does anybody have a song played before we, that you request that you want to hear played before we take a break? Don't get silly. All right. No, because you've been here. I think it'd be great if we could play a tune maybe that you haven't heard. You came all the way from Halcyon. And there's a tune you wanted to hear, and anything at all. Go ahead. Yell it out. Anything at all? All right. Girl with emphysema. Okay. All right, there's a grand medley. You play Yes, We Have No Bananas. You play Girl with Emphysema. And I'm going to play banjo. Here we go. Yes, We Have No Bananas. Remember that one, Dave?
I guess so. That's probably B flat, whatever.
I'll play first chorus.
Okay.
You guys know that one?
Yeah.
I know like the first line.
Okay, I'll play. Okay, here we go. Since I asked for it. Virtually impossible to stump this orchestra.
I was stumped through the whole thing.
Yeah. Oh, Girl with the Emphysema. I'd like to do that. This is a banjo favorite of yours, and I certainly hope a banjo favorite of mine. You guys just lay out on this one. Okay. Girl with emphysema. Thank you very much. Thank you. Virtually impossible to stump this orchestra. Go ahead, something else, quick. We'll play something we... Bye-bye Blackbird. Why not? Key of F?
Yes, sir.
by golly. Hey, you know what? We have not. The hardest working man at the festival has been Sonny, and he's been doing it all weekend long. And now I think it's time to feature him on a piano number of his choice. We'll kind of stay out of his way. There's a chance that we know it. We'll graciously, stay out of his way because he's liable to run right over us. He has a tendency to get into his music. So how about a nice warm round of applause for Carl Sonny Leyland.
Hey, thank you. All right, I think I'll do one that was a hit on the Capitol label for Freddie Slack and Ella Mae Morse, The House of Blue Lights. B flat's the key if anyone's going to.
Okay.
That's a good one. I said, lace up your boots, we're gonna groove on down to a knock-tot shack at the edge of town. They got an 8-beat combo there, just won't quit. Keep walking till you see an old blue light, let it fall in there. We'll see some sights at the house of blue lights, where they've got fryers, broilers, Detroit barbecue ribs, but the treat of the treats is when they serve you up those fine 8 beats. Want to spend the rest of your brights at the house of blue lights. I said do 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 bye. We gonna have some fun and cut a rug and dig those tunes like they should be dug. It's a real homecoming. All those cats just trailing down a path of welcome mass of fall in there. We'll see some sights at the house of blue lights, where they've got fryers, broilers, got Detroit barbecue ribs, but the treat of the treats. It's when they serve you up those fine 8 beats. You want to spend the rest of your brights at the house of blue lights. Want to spend the rest of your brights at the house of blue lights. Want to spend the rest of your brights at the house of blue lights. Yeah.
Mr. Carl Sonny Leyland.
Thank you.
I don't know where you get the energy to do that after the whole weekend, huh? Now save up because we're going to.
Drugs.
I think it would be nice if you do another one, but not right now. Take a minute. And you know what we need to do? We need to acknowledge and say thank you to our sponsors. Let's do that. This is once again by his thumb. Okay, we would like to thank from the bottom of our hearts Barbara Findlay, Julie Cole, and Curtis and Carol Gleason. Yeah. Believe me. Thank you. I don't know if are you any of you folks here? Okay. Well, if you see any of those folks, tell them thank you for supporting jazz. I think that's Marvelous.
Do you mind if I mention mine? I did them all yesterday, but I feel like I ought to. So I want to thank personally Roger Meyer, Peter and Judy Felthausen, Carol Good, Peter Knopf, Barb and Jack McCowan, Bill and Carol Rust, Alice Addison, and yeah, I think that's it. I think maybe a couple of others came in, but I don't have them in front of me. Makes me feel special. That's great.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think it's time for another tune.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's do Shine. That's a nice tune. Is that okay with you guys? Okay, all right. Do you see? What is it? C or E flat? Where would you like it?
You want to sing it? There's two different sets of lyrics. You want to do one set, I'll do the other.
Okay, if we E flat is okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay,
1, 2. Now just because my hair is curly, and just because my teeth are pearly, and just because I always wear a smile, I get myself all decked up in the latest style. Now just because I'm glad I'm living, taking trouble with a smile, I'm happy all the while. World's my umbrella, I'm illuminating fella, that's why they call me Shine.
Come on and shine the way your blues is. Come on and shine, start with your shoesies. Shine each place up, make it look like new. Shine your face up and wear a smile or two. Shine the losing thoses, and you'll find that everything will come out fine. Folks will come up to you, everyone will hallelujah. You'll make the whole world shine. Here we go, Dave.
Supposed to talk into the microphone. I just so used to doing it just acoustically. Yeah, I think let's do it kind of a slow one. I'm starting to get a little sweaty, and it's not good. If I do that, I only get one day out of the shirt. It's a tribute to bachelor laundry. So we'll have to, let's see, what do we have that's just kind of an easy one? Just easy, laid back. Let's do that. Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans? Did we do that one yet? Oh, good. I don't know who's keeping score. Okay. TSC.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans? To miss it both night and day. I know I'm not wrong. That feeling's getting stronger the longer I stay away. I miss the moss-covered vine, the tall sugar pine, where the mockingbirds they used to sing. You know that I miss that lazy Mississippi, harrowing down into spring. The Mardi Gras, a Creole tune that fills the air. And I miss those oleanders in bloom. I'm wishing, oh, that I was there. Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans? That's where I left my heart. And there's one thing more, I miss the one I care for more than I miss New Orleans. Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans? To miss it both night and day. I know I'm not wrong. That feeling's getting stronger the longer I stay away. I miss the moss-covered vine, the tall sugar pine, where the mockingbirds they used to sing. You know that I miss that lazy Mississippi, hurrying on down into spring. The Mardi Gras, a Creole tune, that fills the air. And I miss those oleanders in bloom. I'm wishing out that I was there. Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans? That's where I left my heart.
My, he used a lot of range on that song. He was up and down and around and around.
I'm home on the range.
Home on the range. Show me a home where the buffalo roam, and I'll show you a dirty house.
That's right.
Oh, hold it down. Okay. Okay, anybody else got a song you want to hear played? Hurry up. Which one? Oh.
It's Washington Lee Swing.
Well, Washington Lee Swing.
Yeah.
Every high school in town uses that one. Let's do it. Shucks, yeah. Why not? I mean, it's your chance. Last chance to be a hero.
So what is it, last strain of all this?
B flat.
Okay.
B flat.
B flat. Counter off, kid.
Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2.
do, girl. My fashion plate baby's got my head in the world. Her new kind of loving makes me a slave. Sweet turtle dovin' done made me your slave. Oh, sweet little miss with a kiss full of bliss, can't resist it somehow. Those haughty eyes, tell them eyes, mesmerize me, and how? Don't mean maybe, I just had to fall. Found a new baby, that's all.
Hey, I'll tell you what, we're just about out of time. We'd like to thank all of you for sticking around, being a crowd. We've hoped that you've enjoyed this grand experiment, and I think it came off great. I really do. And congratulations to Rhonda and all of her committee and all the Basin Street regulars and the irregulars and the sidewaysers and all those folks.
The Metamucil gang.
The Metamucil gang, yeah. I never met a mucil I didn't like. So we've got time for one more. We want to do the quick comment.
In Arizona, we have a museum, a musical instrument museum called the Musical Instrument Museum.
Wow.
Ask me about it after the set, and I'll tell you, they have hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of instruments. It's a terrific place to visit, so come on out and see us. A lot of my ideas for the foot percussion that I've built come from seeing videos from all over the world for people who build homemade percussion. Yeah. And, Sonny and I were talking earlier. Tell them a little bit about skiffle music.
Well, right. Skiffle was a craze in England, kind of went hand in hand with the trad jazz boom over there in the 1950s. The term skiffle actually went back into the 20s. There was a record on the Paramount label called Hometown Skiffle. But what we're thinking of is where they used the T-chest basses and the washboards and all that kind of thing. Spasm music. So Lonnie Donegan and a good friend of mine had the Avon Cities skiffle group. That was Ray Bush. Yeah.
A lot of that early music comes from my home state of Alabama, and I spent some time in New Orleans over the years. Sidewalk bands in the 20s and 30s were called jug bands, which is not nearly as exciting as it sounds.
I love that band.
Bring on the jug band. No, that's not Dolly Parton's band.
Okay, now this is the last one. This is the what do they call this one?
Grand finale.
This will be the grand finale. There you go. And this is one of those ones from whence it all came. And if you want to sing along, go ahead. I don't know. Let's just play it.
Yeah. Sure. When we start off?
Sure, hit it.
Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. I want to be in that number. When the saints go marching in.
Pass the tip jar, we'll do one more song.
Is this one okay? It's the right height. All right, one more announcement before we're out of here. We're going to have an interview with Adrian Cunningham, who is now located in Barcelona. I had a chat with him, Zoom meeting from Rhonda's house. And also we're going to have a recorded set from Adrian Cunningham and his group. He has a couple of sponsors, Fred Felch and Howard Marcus. Many thanks to them. And thanks to all of you for being here. Thanks to all of you for listening in online. And it's been wonderful. Who could imagine something like this could happen? I'm thrilled to be a part of it. Thanks to the Basin Street regulars. This is the Pismo Jubilee by the Sea. I'm Carl Sonny Leyland. Bye.
I think we're rolling.
All right, yes, we are. And here's Adrian Cunningham, all the way from Barcelona, Spain. Sounds romantic and exotic and all that. I've been there, I know what it's like. But for those who haven't had the benefit, tell us about it.
It's a beautiful city. It's just something really unique about Barcelona, even within Spain. And I love all of Spanish culture. But Barcelona itself, it's a beautiful city. I mean, you have beaches right here. So the lifestyle is really great. The architecture is amazing. You have all of Gaudi's beautiful building designs scattered throughout the city, which really give it a flavor. And it's just a beautiful place to be. I mean, the people really like to live life well. They spend time in the plaza, like in little little squares, little town squares, drinking coffee, having a beer. It's a beautiful social atmosphere. Even with all the pandemic happening, people still seem to live well, and the weather is amazing. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Very cool. Well, I mean, with obviously with the pandemic, all of us musicians are suffering, but are you able to do any public playing at this point?
A few things. Yeah, Barcelona itself is pretty strict with the lockdown. They tried opening some of the clubs for a while, then they closed again. But I've been doing some festivals outside of Barcelona in other parts of Catalonia. So last night we had a really nice gig in a place called Figueres. There's anyone that's familiar with the area would know that there's a great Dali museum there. And so we did a festival there last night, and a few other places in Costa Brava, just north of Barcelona. So there are little festivals and things happening, but not so much within the city itself.
Right, I see.
Yeah.
Well, why are you in Barcelona? Why have you relocated there?
Well, it's a long and romantic story, Sonny.
This is what we want.
Take a sip of your beer and settle back. Let me tell you a tale.
Soap opera.
So, well, look, as you probably are aware, I've been touring a lot the last handful of years, and we've been going to Europe a lot. We've been going to Spain a lot. My band, Professor Cunningham, has quite a good following within Spain itself, having won a few competitions here and things like that. So, met a girl in Barcelona a few years ago, and we've been having a somewhat distant relationship, you know, long distance thing. I would spend a lot of time here. She would come to New York. And then when the pandemic hit in March, I was in New York, and as you know, New York, well, as it happened to many places, New York shut down. We were all kind of quarantined at home, and it got to the point, obviously my girlfriend was in Barcelona. So I quickly realized, well, there's nothing for me in New York. I mean, there's no work. You know, I'm in the apartment, but New York itself, without the music, for me, it's not a particularly, you know, inspiring place to be. So she was over here, so we kind of wrangled a bit of paperwork, and I've been here since June, so I've been here about 4 months now.
Wow.
Yeah, I've had the summer here, which has been lovely. Lots of beach time, and you know, really, making the most of a global pandemic. What are you going to do?
You're right. That's what you got to do. Well, congratulations. Right. It sounds like a great situation.
It's a good compromise. I mean, you know, we're all struggling in terms of our working career. I mean, there's that part of it that's really hard for all of us. But being here in Barcelona with her, it helps take the sting out of it for sure.
Nice. Well, you're from Australia, stating the obvious. You're originally from Sydney, to be specific. Yes.
Correct, Sydney boy. Yes.
Yeah. Well, how was that coming up there? What was the jazz scene like?
Australia, Sydney itself there's a lot of great musicians. There's not a lot of opportunity for a career in jazz, which is why a lot of us tend to go overseas. But I had some wonderful mentors. I had some great, especially within the traditional world when I was a late teenager, 17, 18. There's a musician called Tom Baker, who's originally actually from California. So maybe some of your listeners might be.
I've heard of him, yeah.
Yeah, he passed away, unfortunately, maybe over 10 years ago. But he was a legend in the Sydney scene. He'd been there for a long time. And he's a master of the cornet, tenor, saxophone, trombone. And so he was an incredible mentor for me for this music, you know, because it's all very well to listen to recordings, but to really share the stage with a master. And he was very encouraging to me and the other musicians coming up. So that was a really great base for me learning the old style of music, along with listening to recordings, of course. So Sydney was great, beautiful lifestyle, a little limited for opportunities with jazz. I did a lot of commercial work, a lot of TV, you know, movie soundtracks, things like that. But America attracted me because, well, as you know, jazz is American music. So I thought, well, you know, it's what I love. I'll jump the fence from Mexico and come over here.
No, don't give too much away. We don't want the ice coming after.
That's true. The wall's big these days, I've heard. He's made a little larger to jump over. So.
Well, you don't just play traditional jazz, though. You can get more modern. Am I right?
It's true. Yeah, I really love the full spectrum of the music. The traditional jazz is really, this is the first thing that got me going. My dad loved Louis Armstrong, Mills Brothers, Fats Waller, so he had his love of the music is what drew me to it. And when I was a late teenager, I was a complete traditional nut. I remember my schoolmate, he said, "Oh man, you should have a listen to Charlie Parker and Dizzy Gillespie." I was like, no, I want Louis Armstrong, And as I got older, I got more open to checking other stuff out, and I really love that as well. To me, I feel like the language of jazz, even the most modern masters around today, they still have the tradition of the language. Right. So for me, it's all one language, just perhaps with a different accent. Right. Wasn't it Lewis or was it Duke that said there's two types of music, good and bad?
Yeah, Lewis, I believe.
Lewis, yeah. That's how I feel. I love it all.
Yeah, very cool. And when you were in New York, were there opportunities to play more, bebop and modern?
Yeah, there's, as you're probably aware, New York City has an amazing array of specialists. It's incredible. Because being in Australia, I was used to doing, a soundtrack gig on flute and clarinet, then I do a pop gig on the saxophone, and then I do a jazz gig. So you kind of had to be a jack of all trades. But you come to New York and you realize that there are guys that specialize their whole careers in like jazz from 1925 to 1935. And so it was like, oh my God, these guys are amazing. Because there's nowhere else in the world you can do that professionally. It's incredible. So I quickly realized that to survive in New York, you can't do everything, So and trad was something that attracted me because I've always loved it. As I said, it was kind of my first love. And when I came to New York in 2008, there was a resurgence of young musicians discovering this music. There was a place called Mona's in New York where a great clarinetist, Dennis Lickman, had run a jam session. So it was attracting a whole generation of young cats kind of really checking this music out, which was great. I spent some time. I was in Vince Giordano's band, the Nighthawks. Right, I played lead with them for about 2.5 years full time, and then a lot of substituting. And that was an experience for me because nobody knows the music like Vince. He was a real mentor for me for the style. And beyond that, I played in Wycliffe Gordon's band. I've been in his quintet for a number of years, and he shares a passion myself for the spectrum of the music. He loves the early stuff as much as the more modern. So we have a kinship to that. So I really, being in New York is an inspiring place because even if I can't play, really modern, crazy stuff, I can go and hear an amazing band do it and be inspired for myself.
Yeah. Well, you must miss that, huh?
Yeah. There's a lot of things I miss right now, mate. I tell you. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, well.
Yeah, but that was the one thing, I touched on it before, but when New York closed, I realized that without the music, like music was so much for me, that New York was so much about the music, but when that stopped, I was like, I have no connection with New York anymore. Right. Without the music, there's nothing for me here. And that was a real awakening for me. So yes, I miss it a lot.
Got you. So, I mean, will you mainly be in Barcelona now with just the occasional trip back over here?
Who bloody knows, man? I tell you, these days.
When I'm thinking beyond COVID, assuming it does end.
Yes. What I would like to do is to continue to have my time in America, which is what I've been doing, and still tour. Obviously, my girlfriend and I were very close, and she wants to spend more time in New York with me. The ideal thing would be have two bases, one in New York City where I can live and work, and then be in Barcelona as well, because I do love them both. Barcelona obviously offers a lifestyle and things that New York doesn't offer, and then New York offers career and inspiration that Barcelona doesn't have. So, I'll try and keep those balls in the air if I can, pandemic permitting. Yeah.
And do you think you'll have much opportunity to come to California? I mean, obviously you'll come for Pismo once the barriers are down.
Yeah. I would tell you, I was really looking forward to that. Me and the band were really looking forward to Pismo. We had a ball last year. It was really, and it was I think the last festival to cancel in terms of real, without being online. So in the back of my mind, it was like July, August, I'm thinking, okay, I've still got Pismo, I've still got Pismo, this is great. I'll still be in California, and then I was like, So yes, I mean, I would love to go back, and we've had some good concerts in San Francisco, and I can't wait for this to be behind us.
Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah.
All right. What do you think, Rhonda? Where are we Yeah. We're wondering, do you still have an apartment in New York?
I do. Yeah, I do. I actually have a place. I'm in kind of the border of Harlem and Spanish Harlem. I'm on Madison. If I tell you Madison Avenue, that sounds really impressive. But Madison Avenue, Harlem, well, maybe not so much. But it's a great apartment. And the best thing about it is the maintenance is really low. So it was something that I was okay to shut the door and be here. And I know that, I mean, it's an expense, but it's not killing me. So I know I'm very lucky. It's really low what I have to worry about in terms of the commitment. So I have it for the moment. And, you know, I'm sure you know what it's like. You really have to take it a day at a time. Like, who knows what's going to happen? Yeah. You know, from month to month, I'll make a decision on what to do. But fingers crossed, you know, we will be back playing music.
Yeah, we hope so.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Rhonda's asking about, you have a video and she wanted to know about the musicians who were with you.
It's a good question. So these the musicians, Gerard is the piano player and Keralt is the bass player. I've known them because we've been spending time in Spain for the last 4 or 5 years, and I've known them well since then, so quite a long time now. We've played together a lot at jam sessions in Barcelona. And often, because we don't tour with a piano player, we often use Gerard at a festival if they need piano in Spain. So we're all pretty kind of tightly knit together anyway. So I think I mentioned it on the video, like being in Barcelona, I don't feel like I'm struggling to find good musicians to play with because they're both wonderful musicians. They have obviously great careers of their own. They're full-time musicians. And they play with a lot of the American musicians that come out here to play also, you know. So, yeah, and they're wonderful people too. The Barcelonans they're really beautiful people.
Yeah. I spent quite a bit of time there. I made a duet record with a pianist called Luis Coloma. So I don't know, you might run in.
Yeah.
You know him?
I know that name, Luis Coloma.
Yeah, he does well, sometimes he plays it, you know, Milano Cocktail Bar.
Yeah.
I played with him there. He lives out in the country. Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff out there for sure.
There is. Yeah, there is. It's a hoot. Yeah. I think Milano has opened up with music again. Someone told me that last week that they're having, which is a great sign.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, my friend he posted that he was doing a gig there. So.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah. It's good to see stuff coming back. I mean, I want everybody to stay safe, but you know, it's nice to see the gigs happening again.
Yeah. It's funny, the few festivals I've done here in the last month or so, the reaction from the audience, you can just see how much they're pining for live music again. Like they really, you speak to them and they're so grateful to have that, you know. And it's nice because as a musician, of course, we just want to play, but then you forget the other side that people want to hear it, and that's nice. Yeah, it's really important. People really need it too. Yeah.
Well, we hope that can start happening here too in the near future.
Yeah.
Well, anything else you want to say, you know, specifically for the Pismo folks?
That's it, Pismo. I would love to be there, enjoying that sunshine, but have fun without us. And I think it's great that you guys are doing this, doing what you can with the restrictions. And I wish you all the best. Wish I were there.
Yeah, we do too. Wish you were here, Adrian. Many thanks, my friend.
Thank you, mate.
All right. We'll stop the recording.
Hello Pismo, Jazz Jubilee, how you all doing there? My name is Adrian Cunningham, I'm from Professor Cunningham and his old school. I'm all the way from Spain, saying hello to you with my good friends on piano, Gerard Nieto, and on bass, Keralt Camps. We're very happy to be here for you playing some great music. We have a great hour of music. Sit back, relax, right about now because we can't travel. We're going to take you to New Orleans musically with the Bourbon Street Parade, Mr. Nieto. Come on, let's fly down or drop down to New Orleans. That's right, that city, oh, so pretty, historic scenes. Come on now, I'll take you, parade you down the street. Now we'll go to all the hot spots. We'll hang out with the big shots down in New Orleans. Let's take it one more time. All right. Thank you very much. We can hear you all the way there in California. Thank you for that wonderful applause, folks. We'd like to continue our program with a great old song about love, new love. This is I Found a New Baby. We're going to feature Carol on this one. I found a new baby, I found a new girl, my fashion play baby has got a new world. That new kind of loving has made me her slave. That sweet turtle dovin', oh, it's all like crayon. Oh, my sweet little miss with a kiss full of bliss can't resist her somehow. Tell me lies, she's wise, naughty eyes, mesmerize I found. How I don't mean maybe, I've just got to fall. I found a new baby, brand new baby, that's all. sweet little miss with a kiss full of bliss. Can't resist her somehow. Tell me lies, she's wise, naughty eyes, mesmerized I vow. How I don't mean maybe, I've just got to fall. I found a new baby, brand new baby. That's all. I found a new baby. I found a new baby. I found a new baby, brand new baby. That's all. I found a new baby. I found a new baby. I found a new baby, brand new baby. That's all. All right. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, as they say over here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Pismo. Thank you. We'd like to continue now with our program. One of my favorite songs by the great Artie Shaw. This is a huge hit for Artie Shaw in the 30s. This is the Latin-inspired Frenesy. We hope you enjoy this. I got the straight in. 1, 2. Fancy by Artie Shaw. We hope you enjoyed that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We'd like to do right now for you one of the great songs by one of the fathers of jazz, you might want to say. I'm talking about Mr. Scott Joplin, who wrote so many great ragtime compositions, many of which is the beginnings of this music that we're playing right now. And so he wrote a couple of really wonderful ones. One of the most well-known compositions of Scott Joplin is the Maple Leaf Rag, one of my favorites on the piano. We're going to do a little arrangement for you right now that's similar to what Sidney Bechet recorded. He did a great version of that. We'd like to do our version of Sidney Bechet's version of Scott Joplin's Maple Leaf Rag. We hope you enjoy this. So stay on B for solos. 1, 2, 2, and. The Maple Leaf Rag, ladies and gentlemen, Maple Leaf Rag. In a minute to catch my breath. It's funny, we haven't done a gig in a while, have we? A little out of shape. We hope you enjoyed that. Well, we're going to slow it down, more for me than anyone else, only to catch my breath. We'd like to play a beautiful song by, who wrote this one? It was the theme song from The Honeymooners. And Jackie Gleason actually composed this one, funnily enough. And it's a great melody. And this is on one of our albums, Swing It Out. And you can probably find that online because obviously you can't buy any right now. But this is a great tune, theme from The Honeymooners, Melancholy Serenade. We hope you enjoy this. So don't worry about the coda, let's just play the form of the head. Okay. So no change key. So 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Melancholy Serenade. Carol Camps on the bass, ladies and gentlemen. Carol Camps on the bass and Gerard on piano. Thank you very much. We'd like to continue with one of my favorites. This is a good old little love story for you. This is Yes Sir, That's My Baby. My favorite version is by Nat King Cole. Check out that if you haven't, the Nat King Cole Trio doing this one. This is a good old swinger. We hope you enjoy that. If you're dancing, please enjoy. We hope you're dancing. I don't know if you're allowed to. Can you dance in California? Is there legal restrictions? Maybe if you dance with a mask, who knows? What a crazy world we're in, folks. Anyway, I digress. Yes Sir, That's My Baby. A little introduction, maestro. Yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now. Yes, sir, we've decided. No, sir, we can't hide it. Yes, sir, you're invited now. By the way, and by the way, when I reach the preacher, I'll say with feeling, yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, I don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now. When I reach the preacher, I'll say with feeling, yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you. Well, in our program right now, we'd like to do a song by one of my heroes on the clarinet, not only on the clarinet, but in jazz music, one of the fathers of this music, along with Louis Armstrong, one of the inventors, might want to say, of New Orleans jazz, certainly one of the first virtuosos, along with Louis Armstrong. And not only that, he composed so many great songs, beautiful compositions, and this song is no exception. And I'm talking about Mr. Sidney Bechet, both the clarinet and the saxophone, soprano saxophone virtuoso. We would like to play one of my favorite songs of his. This is Petite Fleur, and enjoy. So stay on the A until I cue it. 1, 2.
All right, we want to thank Rhonda, the Basin Street Regulars, and Jeff for everything they've done this year to bring us our Sunday sessions and now the festival, and it has gone off beautifully, and we can't thank you enough. And these gifts are a token of our thanks to you and you guys. Here's more. Now you can have the stage back, Rhonda.
Hey, we get wine.
We got wine and there's a charcuterie box.
Okay, is Hugh out of the car yet? He's still down there. Hugh, we couldn't have done this without Hugh, so he'll probably get up in a second. No, he's here. So I want to thank all of our members who contributed to this, and also to Noble Productions, who did a marvelous job of pulling off an idea that you know, we weren't quite sure if we could make it work. I see Hugh. Somebody get Hugh and tell him to come on up here. So on behalf of the Basin Street regulars, here's all our volunteers that worked to make this weekend happen. And we have some Noble Production people out in the audience here. Oh, we got to get our most valuable person. We have to get our most valuable person up here. Come on, Hugh. Come onto the stage. So thank you all for tuning in and watching and donating. This was really a challenge, but I think we did it really well, and we're really happy with ourselves. So thank you for contributing. And so I don't think I'm going to introduce everybody individually, but except for Hugh. If it weren't for Hugh, I wouldn't. Hugh is an inspiration. He's an inspiration to us all. So he's part of the reason that we keep doing this for everybody. So thank you, Noble Productions. Thank you, audience. Thank you, everybody up here on the stage who's contributed to the success of this festival. And we're very happy, and we're all going to go home and rest. So thank you very much for your participation, and we'll hopefully see you in some form next year. Thank you.
We should hear one more hurrah for Rhonda.
You got one more picture yet?